Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux.
Government orders, business of supply, opposition motion on Vice Admiral Mark Norman, standing in the name of Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moves that given the recent allegations of political interference against the Prime Minister and given that Canadians reject the Prime Minister's excuse for his actions as simply routine government business, the House call on the government to show respect for the rule of law and immediately de se conformer à
A. Comply with the letter and spirit of all court orders and requests in relation to the trial of Vice Admiral Mark Norman.
B. Provide Vice Admiral Mark Norman's defense with all records relating to his prosecution, including but not limited to memos, letters, emails, pin-to-pin messages, SMS messages, and handwritten notes, including records that exist on personal electronic devices. C.
Require all current and former cabinet ministers and their respective political staff and employees of the Privy Council office since November 2015 to sign an affidavit affirming that no evidence or records related to the prosecution of Vice Admiral Mark Norman have been destroyed, and that they have personally complied with all relevant court orders.
And D. Indemnify Vice Admiral Mark Norman and provide legal assistance within 30 days of the adoption of this motion for any invoices that are in arrears and within 30 days of the invoice date for any subsequent invoices. The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Madam Speaker, before I begin, I want to advise you that I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Durham. Madam Speaker, this year has been a very troubling one for the rule of law in Canada. Of course, the entire country is now familiar and disgusted with the disturbing case of the Prime Minister's political interference in the very serious corruption prosecution of SNC-Lavalin. But shockingly, Madam Speaker, this isn't the only case that we know of. Highly respected and regarded Vice Admiral Mark Norman is under criminal prosecution for alleged leaks of cabinet documents and was suspended from his role as the No. 2 officer in Canada's military. This prosecution appears to have been politically motivated, and Conservatives have said this since the beginning. But, Madam Speaker, it's not just Conservatives who have this concern. During preliminary court proceedings in an Ottawa courthouse just a few blocks from here, very serious allegations of political interference in this prosecution have been made. And honestly, we should not be surprised. The Prime Minister himself said publicly, and before the RCMP even completed its investigation, that, quote, "It looks like this will be before the courts." Now, Madam Speaker, how in the world would the Prime Minister have known that? Well, as the SNC-Lavalin mess has exposed, this Prime Minister and his government have an obsessive, unhealthy, and seemingly corrupt fascination with meddling in criminal prosecutions. Now, how did this all happen in the first place? Sadly, just like the SNC-Lavalin affair, it all comes down to who do you know in the PMO. Back in November 2015, right after the last election, the Liberals were drunk on power and arrogance and had one of the first cabinet meetings of their Liberal government. Treasury Board President Scott Bryson took the unprecedented step of trying to stop or delay the contract with Davie Shipyards for a much-needed interim supply ship for the Royal Canadian Navy. Now, why would he do that? What was behind that? Well, Scott Bryson and other Liberals from the Liberal caucus were looking out for well-connected interests from their own neck of the woods in Atlantic Canada. They wanted the contract changed. But then there was a leak about it all from someone to CBC reporter James Cudmore. The same James Cudmore who really interestingly became employed in the Defence Minister's office just weeks after this big military scoop. Wow, what a coincidence. The Liberals got very angry and decided that they needed to blame someone. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've seen the news in recent weeks, recent days, in fact, about other government leaks. It's really interesting how these government leaks happen and the result from the government leaks, the response from the Liberal government, depending on what the leak is about, who leaked it, and whether it helps or hurts them. Part of the recent Liberal smear campaign against the former Attorney General, we saw that it didn't matter whose reputation they were going to tarnish when they were trying to tarnish her reputation. In fact, we saw, and it was very disturbing and disrespectful to see the government leaks about applicants to the Supreme Court of Canada. Mr. Speaker, there has to be an investigation of how in the world leaks and misinformation and just such a disrespectful campaign was allowed to happen against Chief Justice from the Court of Queen's Bench in Manitoba, Chief Justice Glenn Joyelle, a highly respected individual, not only in Manitoba but across the country. Leaks around him which were not true and which were disrespectful. That leak, this government is just saying, oh, well, it happened. We'll make sure it never happens again. But no investigation from this current Attorney General. Now, let's compare that to another leak. The National Post just ran a story about a PCO leak that inquiring into the finding the brave soul inside the government who let Canadians know about the $10.5 million deal cut with convicted terrorist Omar Khadr. Well, that one's got the government upset. That was something they wanted to hide. It didn't come straight from their offices, apparently, so that one they're going to get to the bottom of. So, Madam Speaker, you see how differently this government treats what they call leaks, leaks that come from them, leaks that they think come from someone else. It would appear that whistleblowers who blow the whistle on Liberals must be punished, if you read between the lines on what this government is doing. So, Madam Speaker, the leak concerning the supply ship also was investigated. That investigation turned up 6 separate leaks from the Cabinet Committee meeting where the issue was discussed, and some 73 people having the knowledge of details of Scott Bryson's meddling. Yet it was Mark Norman who was charged under the criminal code. And do you know what happened just before those charges were laid? And a 30-plus year respected veteran officer of the Canadian Forces was suspended? The chief...
Order, the Honourable Government House Leader, Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I just stand up just as more so as a caution for my friend in terms of the direction that she might be taking the debate, even some of her current comments. The sub judice convention is defined as a practice whereby honourable members refrain from making reference in debate to matters awaiting for judicial decisions, whether it is before a criminal, civil court, or a court of record. On page 98 of Procedures and Practice, 3rd edition, it reads as follows, Madam Speaker, and I quote, "It is accepted practice that in the interest of justice and fair play, certain restrictions should be placed on the freedom of members of Parliament to make reference in the course of debate to matters awaiting judicial decisions, and that such matters should not be the subject of motions or questions in the House." Madam Speaker, she started off by talking about the importance of the rule of law. We're concerned in regards to that the Conservative opposition could be crossing a line, and that's the reason why I raised the page 98 of Procedures and Practices, just so that the member could be cautioned as to what it is that she is saying.
So, first of all, I do want to remind the Parliamentary Secretary that the motion is in order. I also want to advise the member that I appreciate the caution that he is putting forward, but so far everything has been in order, and I will allow the member for Lisgar Portage to continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe that member should have warned his Prime Minister about interfering in a criminal prosecution when he sustained a campaign against the former Attorney General, trying to get her to actually interfere in a criminal proceeding. Maybe he should have put a little attention to that. But, Madam Speaker, let me get back to what I was describing, that what happened just before the charges were laid against Vice Admiral Mark Norman. Well, the Chief of the Defence Staff had a meeting and a nice dinner with the Prime Minister's top staff. Guess who? Katie Telford and Gerald Butts.
There they are again.
There they were, having a nice dinner, chatting about the criminal charges, planning talking about these charges. Now, we all know from the SNC-Lavalin scandal that PMO chit-chat about criminal prosecutions is pretty well par for the course in the Liberal PMO. But oddly, the Chief of the Defence Staff seemed to have no notes about the advanced sneak peek he was giving Katie and Jerry. Maybe the Prime Minister's office kept notes. Well, Madam Speaker, Mark Norman is trying to get those notes. He had to subpoena records in the possession of the Prime Minister, Katie Telford, Gerald Butts, Michael Warnick, and former PMO Issues Management Director Zita Atravenis. If he gets them, remains to be seen, though, Madam Speaker. Sadly, Mark Norman is being forced to fight to get access to his own records. And now, more than 2 years after being suspended from the Canadian Forces, the Vice Admiral is struggling to get the material he needs to mount his own defense. But yet, here's the irony of ironies. Gerald Butts, who has resigned from the Prime Minister's office in the midst of the SNC-Lavalin affair, seems to have full access to all of his records. We've just seen that. We've seen email texts. We've seen notes that he has taken, very meticulous notes that seem to have been written verbatim, which would appear that he may have actually taped conversations. He has access to all of it. He's not even working for the PMO anymore, but he has full access to all of it. None of it redacted, just all access. Isn't that interesting, Madam Speaker? Jerry Butts, Prime Minister's best friend, has complete access to his papers for his testimony to the Justice Committee. But Vice Admiral Mark Norman, nope, nothing there. Oh, and then when he did get a 60-page document, it was all redacted. So, Mr. Speaker, that was only, so yeah, we know why Jerry Butts went to testimony. But all of these individuals, another interesting case is all of these individuals at the PMO have certainly lawyered up with different law firms. In fact, the Prime Minister's Communications Director defended all of this by invoking a reference to Treasury Board rules. All of these lawyers, by the way, paid for by the taxpayer. Yes, Madam Speaker, Treasury Board rules do allow for public servants to have access to outside legal advice in respect of work-related issues. But you know who has been denied support under the same Treasury Board rules? You've got it, Vice Admiral Mark Norman. All of this boggles the mind. So who gets access to documents? PMO buddies and staff who quit in disgrace. Who doesn't get it? Well-respected veterans from our military who have served this country with distinction and are being used as scapegoats by this Prime Minister and his office. It's shameful to watch, Madam Speaker. Canada is a democracy. A corner of our democracy is the rule of law. Yet we have a Prime Minister and a Prime Minister's office which treats criminal prosecutions like a plaything. In one case, we have the Prime Minister sandbagging, charging and denying a fair trial to an honorable man, all because of political conveniency, and all because he thinks he might have got in the way of the interests of a well-connected, liberal-friendly company. In the other case, we have the Prime Minister sneaking a new get-out-of-jail provision into an omnibus budget bill, then directing the organized badgering, bothering, and harassing of the former Attorney General, and finally firing her and putting in someone that, yet it all remains to be seen, is going to do his dirty work for him. We have yet to see what's going to happen, Madam Speaker, and what the current Attorney General is going to be doing with this DPA for SNC-Lavalin. If they do get a DPA, Madam Speaker, it is clear that the former Attorney General was fired so that the current Attorney General would do exactly what the Prime Minister asked for. That's right. That is unconscionable, Madam Speaker. Corruption. That is what corruption is. Madam Speaker, this is all horrible to watch. It is clear that there was a plan to move heaven and earth to protect the interests of well-connected, liberal-friendly companies. What sort of country do we live in, Madam Speaker, where a powerful Prime Minister, backed up by a powerful backroom of political operatives, can just decide to mobilize the power of the state, the police, the prosecutor, you name it, to help friends and punish enemies? That's not Canada, Madam Speaker. Conservatives will have none of it. Thank you very much.
questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I thank the member for Portage-Lisgar for starting us off this morning on this important issue and start out my comments by underscoring the important contributions that all members of the military have played for this country, including Admiral Norman. Take issue with one comment that was just made towards the end of the member's comments when she said there's a denial of a fair trial. In fact, it is quite the opposite. When my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, mentioned the Sub Judice Convention, the reason why that is observed is precisely because we do not want comments in this House to affect the trial fairness of any accused, including Vice Admiral Norman. The question that I will put to the member opposite is this. I'm struggling to understand her perceptions or her impression that trial fairness is not being observed when we have this quote from Kathleen Roussel, the Director of the Public Prosecution Service of Canada. She has said, the PPS quote, the PPSC has not sought or received instructions in respect of the prosecution of Mr. Norman from the Privy Council Office or any other government department or body. And she continued, quote, I'm confident that our prosecutors in this and every other case exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan consideration, end quote. Based on those comments from Kathleen Roussel, could the member please explain why she's concerned about the rule of law in this case?
Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Well, investigation had even been completed. The Prime Minister showed that clearly he had information and he foresaw that this was going to go to trial. Secondly, we are seeing so much information not being given to Vice Admiral Norman. And I think the concern is when we see a lot of the pattern on this, whether it's the code names, whether it's information and documents not being given to the Vice Admiral's defense, there's a pattern which we've seen in previous governments, Kathleen Wynne in Ontario. And I think, Madam Speaker, if the government has nothing to hide, they could support this motion. There's nothing in here. We're just asking that they give him that he has a fair trial, that he gets the documents. We're really concerned about emails and texts being deleted, and they have not answered that and not been clear on that. So, Madam Speaker, if my honourable colleague isn't concerned, they'll support our motion.
Exactly.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. I think that when we look at what's been happening in this country for the last several weeks, there's been an increase of concern, and now we're looking deeply at this, and I think Canadians want to know what is the political interference and what is the accountability measures that this country is going to show. Now, the NDP in this side of the House has been asking repeatedly for a public inquiry into these processes. We believe that this should be a transparent process where Canadians are allowed to see what's happening. I think when I talk to constituents in my riding, I hear very clearly they want to feel like the people who politically represent them do so in an honest way. And this is creating a lot of concern. So if the member could speak to the House a little bit about what a public inquiry could look like and if the Conservatives would agree to support that. Thank you.
Honourable Member, the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. And I think she's very right. There is a real concern that the separation of the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary is not being respected with this Liberal government. There has been numerous examples, and the two that we're discussing and that have just taken over and the country is consumed with, and that is clear evidence of political interference in criminal prosecutions by this Liberal government. And the problem with this, Madam Speaker, this isn't just a matter of, well, you know, this government's going to know, they know people know them, so they're going to just meddle a little bit in criminal prosecutions. If we don't have strong foundations and strong pillars of our democracy, one of those being that political interference is not allowed in criminal prosecutions, then everything else is a sham. It's like your house. If your house is built on sand, it will collapse as soon as the storms and the trials come. And if Canada is built on a type of government where political interference is allowed, everything else, the rule of law, democracy, our elections, our criminal prosecution, everything that we do, our financial systems, it's all built on a sham if the actual evidence is that if you're a politician and individuals are well connected to the powerful politicians, they can get what they want. And Madam Speaker, that's why this is so important. We do need to get to the bottom of the SNC-Lavalin scandal. The problem is under this Prime Minister, he's not allowing it to happen. He's shutting down every investigation.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to follow our House Leader, and I want to thank her for bringing this important debate to the floor of the House of Commons. Now, the Liberals are only giving us a Friday, but we're here to speak about the Mark Norman affair. In fact, the Liberals have been saying, after throwing their colleagues out of caucus, let's turn the page on the rule of law scandal that is the SNC Lavalin affair. Well, we're going to turn the page today, Madam Speaker, to another equally egregious scandal involving the rule of law, involving Admiral Mark Norman. For Canadians that may not know Admiral Norman, or have just heard about it as the Norman scandal, he has given 38 years of service to his country in the Royal Canadian Navy. Incredible service. His father had served in the Canadian Army, so every day of his life has either been as part of a military family serving Canada or serving Canada in the Royal Canadian Navy. He commanded HMCS St. John's, Madam Speaker, the best ship in our Navy. I sailed on it too, so I'm partial. He commanded our Atlantic Fleet. He's a commander of the Order of Military Merit. He has the Canadian Forces Decoration. He's a commander of the U.S. Legion of Merit. He was the Vice Admiral, Vice Chief of Defense Staff. But to the Liberal government, he was a problem, and now he's being set up, and it's shameful, Madam Speaker. And where does this stem from? If any Canadian out there, after the events involving the former Attorney General and the SNC scandal, if they have any lingering doubt on whether this Prime Minister lives up to his sunny ways rhetoric, they only need to look at the Mark Norman affair, which stems from the very first Liberal cabinet meeting. The Gomery Inquiry Liberals were back, Madam Speaker. Their first chance at the cabinet table, they were trying to reverse a naval contract. Scott Bryson, who's retired now, but has counsel for standing in the Norman affair, I might add, tried to change, delay, or terminate a $700 million contract to give our Navy a supply ship that was desperately needed after the fire took our final supply ship out of service. We also know that the Intergovernmental Affairs Minister at the table there, months later, had to put an ethical screen between himself and the Irving shipbuilding interests, Madam Speaker. We know countless Atlantic Canadian Liberals were very well familiar with the circumstances involving that contract, Madam Speaker.
They don't want to hear it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has another point of order.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to go back to Procedures and Practices, 3rd edition, continuing on. Go to page 99, where it is very clear. Citing a rule, listen to what the rule says. You talk about the rule of law.
I just want to remind the members, I gave the floor to the Parliamentary Secretary, and in order to be able to move this debate forward, we need to listen to what he has to say. And if the opposition, official opposition, has a rebuttal, then I will certainly entertain that under a point of order. But at this point, it is the Government House Leader that has the floor. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I'll go to Procedures and Practices, 3rd edition, continue on to page 99, and I'll go specifically to the quote, that sub judice convention is important to the conduct of business in the House. It protects the rights of interested parties before the courts and preserves and maintains the separation and mutual respect between the legislature and the judiciary. The member opposite knows full well this is an active court proceeding. I would caution the member opposite in terms of the words that he is using, because I'm sure he would not want to say something that would be inappropriate given it's an active court case going on.
P. order. So I want to remind the member again that the motion is in order, that there is some flexibility within this realm of debate. I still have not seen any portion of the debate yet that has touched on the concerns that the parliamentary secretary for the government House Leader has raised. I do want to go back to the House of Commons Procedures and Practices, 3rd edition, and it quotes here on page 99, the practice has evolved so that it is the Speaker who decides what jurisdiction the Chair has over matters of sub judice. In 1977, the first report of the Special Committee on the Rights of Immunities of Members recommended that the imposition of the Convention should be done with discretion, and where there was any doubt in the mind of the Chair, a presumption should exist in favor of allowing debate and against the application of the Convention. Since the presentation of the report, speakers have followed these guidelines while using discretion. And I'll go on and say in a 2013 ruling, Speaker Scheer addressed these issues. As Speaker, I must endeavour to find a balance between the right of the House to debate a matter and the effect that this debate might have. This is particularly important given that the purpose of the sub judice convention is to ensure that judicial decisions can be made free of undue influence. And I would just maybe reference the parliamentary secretary to maybe review that portion of the House procedures, and I will allow the debate to continue. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And for any Canadians that may be watching, you can see why the Liberals don't want to talk about these issues, Madam Speaker, trying desperately to stop us from raising this case. Their decisions, as I said, many members, Scott Bryson, the member of the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, a member from Halifax West, many had connections long-standing that went into questions about that decision. Remember, the very first cabinet meeting, Madam Speaker, they were interfering with contracts in a way that it appears was favoring interests that some of them later had to declare conflicts with. There was a news story written at the time about this, Madam Speaker. I'm going to quote from it. Quote, there are also allegations from different high-level sources in those same corners that Irving Shipbuilding, a longtime competitor of Davy, meddled in the decision by sending letters to several cabinet ministers about the deal. An event that, in the words of one defense source, tipped over the apple cart, end quote. Who wrote that story about the attempts by the new Liberal cabinet to interfere with the shipbuilding contract? A CBC reporter, James Cudmore, wrote that on November 20th, 2015, Madam Speaker. You know what was funny? There was an early Christmas present for James Cudmore in December of 2015. The Prime Minister's office offered him a job, Madam Speaker. His last two stories, and I'd invite Canadians to go to the CBC website, his last two stories were on Liberal corruption in relation to the shipbuilding contract, and those were his last stories. He was then working for the Defense Minister, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister's office hired him to silence him. And I invite Canadians to look into this. Who did the Prime Minister's office? Canadians now know Jerry and Katie, G plus K, and a lot of the text messages we've seen. The Prime Minister said to his own caucus at their first caucus meeting, anything from Jerry or Katie is the same as it coming from me. Well, who did they put in charge of issues management in the PMO on the shipbuilding crisis caused by their first cabinet meeting? A person named Zita Astravas, Madam Speaker, the go-to person for issues management in the PMO on these issues. Well, how did Jerry and Katie know she'd be the right person for the job, Madam Speaker? Because they all worked together for Dalton McGuinty.
Oh, yeah.
All worked together for Dalton McGuinty. And if Canadians outside of Ontario don't know the Ontario gas plant scandal, Madam Speaker, that gas plant scandal and the refusal to release information related to the gas plant scandal led to the prorogation of the Ontario legislature, the retirement of Dalton McGuinty, charges parliamentary proceedings against the Attorney General at the time, Chris Bentley, who then left politics. That was the same crew that brought us the billion-dollar scandal in Ontario, the gas plant. And you know what's interesting, Madam Speaker? Why was the Attorney General in Ontario held in contempt? because they used code words to avoid disclosure of documents at the gas plant. Project Apple, Project Vapor, mysterious words that wouldn't come up when you were searching emails, trying to disclose documents for ATIs or for parliamentary inquiries or for lawsuits. They're all there. Jerry, Katie, Zita. Within months, they're back at it, Madam Speaker.
Those of us in Ontario.
Back at it. And it was revealed at the Norman trial the same thing happened to Mark Norman.
Wow.
He wasn't called Apple or Vapor, he was called Kraken, or N3, Madam Speaker.
Wow.
In fact, Ms. Astravast was questioned on the stand on whether those code words were used, Madam Speaker. Kraken, N3. She was asked by Mark Norman's legal counsel, did you discuss this matter with Jerry Butts? Her response, I cannot recall, Madam Speaker.
Wow.
Sounds familiar.
I cannot recall. That is farcical, Madam Speaker. Canadians should be outraged. This is worse than the SNC scandal.
Yeah, you guys can be
because you may have issues with a company and bad practice by a company, but here is a Canadian who gave 3 decades of his life to his country, and before that grew up in a family serving the country, who's being hung out to dry. He's not the Kraken. He's Mark Norman. And Canadians should be concerned by how the very first cabinet meeting under this Prime Minister, the old Liberal Party was back.
Yep.
Helping insiders. 4 months later, SNC started lobbying. But in November of 2015, mere hours after that lovely stroll up Rideau Hall, it's 2015, look at this lovely cabinet. Most of them are now gone, thrown under the bus by the Prime Minister, including Mr. McCallum, Mr. Dion, the friends of ours who sit now on this side. All the sunny ways rhetoric, Madam Speaker. The first cabinet meeting, the Liberals were back to helping their insider buddies.
Yeah.
It's who you know in the PMO. And why is this so outrageous? Mark Norman was relieved in January 2017 of command. He wasn't charged with a single charge of breach of trust until March 2018. But you know what the Prime Minister said in April of 2017? The Prime Minister said that Mark Norman's going to end up in court. A year before charges were laid, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister already knew what was coming for Mark Norman. Their own Privy Council investigation, headed by Michael Wernick, I guess, revealed that 73 people were aware of leaked details from that first cabinet meeting. 73 people. But only one's been set up as the fall guy, Madam Speaker. And that's why Conservatives here today aren't going to turn the page on the rule of law corruption from this government. We're going to continue to stand up for Mark Norman, and I hope Canadians now recognize that the same cabal that gave Ontarians the gas plant scandal, the prorogation of Parliament, the end of Dalton McGuinty's political career, moved down the highway, and we're into the same practices. Canadians should be outraged. It's time to release the Kraken.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the member from Durham shares the same profession as I, not just in this chamber, but also as a lawyer, called to the Law Society of Ontario. And when something is before the courts, as this very matter is, the issue of third-party production of documents that relate to Vice Admiral Norman's ability to marshal a defense, that's a serious matter. And they're before the courts in the province that the member from Durham and I share. There's a judge who's actively deliberating on this very matter that we're discussing. And there's a very important reason why parliamentarians are under the rubric and the circumscription of the sub judice rule, so that we don't say things that might unduly influence, actually, or be perceived to influence a judge who's sitting in our province of Ontario deliberating this very matter. And the rationale was articulated in this way, quote, members are expected to refrain from discussing matters before the courts or under judicial consideration in order to protect those involved in a court action or judicial inquiry against any undue influence through the discussion of the case. It is deemed improper for a member in posing a question and improper for a minister in responding to a question to comment on any matter that is before the courts. That quote actually comes from the member from Durham's former colleague, Peter Van Loan. I'm just wondering why he doesn't believe it's applicable in this case.
Excellent question.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm glad the Parliamentary Secretary brought this up, because nothing actually trumps my privileges as a member in this House. Nothing. Not the sub judice rule at all, Madam Speaker. And I would turn this on him. As a member of the bar, and as an honourable member, he is an honourable member. I know he's thoughtful. He should be outraged by the actions of his Prime Minister.
Yeah.
In fact, our top legal officer in the country, the former Attorney General, told the Prime Minister not to interfere with an ongoing prosecution, Madam Speaker. It's led to the biggest rule of law scandal in the history of this country. So much so now that we're raising the case of Mark Norman so that Canadians know this was also another politically motivated case. There's a breach of trust charge at the end of this. Mark Norman does not own the company building any ships, Madam Speaker. There is no benefit.
No kidding.
In this case. It's farcical that it's even in court, Madam Speaker. I'd refer him back to his criminal law notes from his first year. He, as a lawyer, should stand up and demand better from that Prime Minister.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, most of the discussion here is about a particular case of a member of our armed forces, allegations that they're being treated inappropriately and not disclosing information. But there's a bigger issue here, Madam Speaker, and that is the fact I've been in this place for 11 years and we still haven't provided any ships. Now, the Conservatives promised that they would build ships. This is about naval ships. I'm deeply concerned about the lack of Coast Guard ships, both to protect our fisheries, our other marine mammals, and particularly the Arctic with threats that will come from climate change. So I wonder if the honourable member could speak to the issue of, my understanding initially, the recommendation was for 3 ships for the Navy. Why is it that all of a sudden it's being reduced to 2? And what, if any, does this have to do with the fact that we continue to face delays in providing the proper equipment to our armed forces?
Member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Edmonton Strathcona for that question. At the heart of this is the ships. And what's interesting, myself and I think the Minister of Transportation are likely the only members of this chamber who've sailed operationally with the Navy, Madam Speaker. He later went on to space. I went on to law. His was more exciting, I think, Madam Speaker. But the ships are at the heart of this. In fact, what is so ironic is that Irving Shipbuilding and Seaspan are great companies on either coast that were part of the national shipbuilding program run by Mr. Harper. They're building the future of our combatant fleet and our Arctic vessels, including the polar icebreaker, the Diefenbaker. The Davy, the Asterix ship, which I would remind people now was built on time and on budget, was a modified ship to build in a capability gap that happened when our supply ship, our last one, had a fire. If our Navy does not have the ability to replenish at sea, it is not a true blue water Navy. And for a country that is bounded by 3 oceans, Madam Speaker, with the most coastline of any country in the world, we do need to do more. That's why it's so atrocious that at the very first Liberal cabinet meeting, they were trying to stop the ship.
Mm-hmm.
So I just, before I go to the next speaker, I just want to remind those who are asking questions and comments that when there's shared time, there's only 5 minutes for questions and comments. And so I would hope that that they're able to bring down their length of their question in order to allow other people to ask questions, and as well as to prevent maybe prevent more points of order on the same thing. I should have have mentioned a while ago as well that the sub judice convention is important to the conduct of business in the House. However, it also allows, it ensures that there is a balance that is created between the need for a separate, impartial judiciary and free speech. And so that is why I'm indicating that based on what I'm hearing, if there's something that I'm hearing that's not correct, then I'm sure I will rule it out of order. But at this point, everything that has been there has been in order. So resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to mention the respect we have for all people in the armed forces, whether they are currently members of the Canadian Armed Forces or veterans. The Federal Prosecution Service was created in 2006, and the Director of Public Prosecutions has her responsibility set out in the legislation. The Prosecution Service reports to the Attorney General. The DPP reports on her duties as performed to the Attorney General, and this contributes to strengthening our criminal justice system. In that respect, the DPP has taken the role set out, the previously occupied by the Federal Prosecution Service under the Department of Justice. Unlike its predecessor, the current Prosecution Service reports directly to Parliament through the Attorney General of Canada. The creation of this service reflected a decision to make the principle of prosecutorial independence a tangible reality. The Attorney General is responsible for regulating and the conduct of cases against the Crown on behalf of all departments. When it comes to civilian matters, the Attorney General has no exclusive decision-making power on whether or not to litigate. In civil litigation, it's very difficult to determine, and decisions are made on a case-by-case basis, unlike in criminal cases. When it comes to the Attorney General's role in prosecution, the Attorney General has to operate independently. As one British Attorney General stated in 1925, the AG has to act at arm's length. The Supreme Court was of the view that this was a constitutional principle, a fundamental constitutional principle in our form of democratic government.
Prosecuted for which crimes, which prosecutions should continue and which should not, and what sentences or penalties to seek, must all be made solely on the basis of the evidence and with regard to the fair and effective administration of the criminal law. It is, however, still advisable for the Attorney General to inform him or herself of the relevant context, including the potential consequences of a given prosecution. The Director of Public Prosecutions Act mandates that the PPSC, the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, to provide prosecutorial advice to law enforcement agencies and to act as a prosecutor in matters prosecuted by the Attorney General of Canada on behalf of the Crown. In fulfilling this important mandate, Madam Speaker, the PPSC benefits Canadians in numerous ways by promoting effective investigations, the rule of law, and respect for the rights of Canadians by providing pre-charge legal advice to investigative agencies. It also helps to uphold federal laws through principled and independent decisions by prosecutors, and instills confidence in the administration of justice by conducting prosecutions that result in a judicial determination on the merits of the case. The PPSC reports to Parliament through the Attorney General of Canada. The Director of Public Prosecutions Act, Madam Speaker, states that the DPP, the Director of Public Prosecution, acts, quote, under and on behalf of the Attorney General of Canada, end quote. The relationship between the Attorney General and the Director is premised on the principles of respect for the independence of the prosecution function and the need to consult on important matters of general interest. Madam Speaker, in 2006, there was a change in the landscape. The Director of Public Prosecutions Act was created the Independent Public Prosecution Service of Canada, which I've mentioned, the PPSC. The Act formalized the Attorney General's role in federal prosecutions by giving authority for the initiation and conduct of prosecutions to that Director of Public Prosecutions. The Director acts as the Deputy Attorney General of Canada in this regard, in initiating and conducting federal prosecutions on behalf of the Attorney General. In most cases, the Attorney General himself or herself will not be involved in prosecutorial decision-making, although the Director of Public Prosecutions Act requires the Director to inform the Attorney General of any prosecution that raises important questions of general interest. Thus, the legislation ensures that the Attorney General will be advised of important criminal cases. Madame la Présidente, comme nous le savons,
Madam Speaker, as we know, the Attorney General can give instructions to the DPP. They may be general or specific to a given case. Those instructions are issued under a totally transparent process. They're published in the Canada Gazette and can be read by any Canadian. These instructions have to be preceded by consultations with the DPP. The AG can also, after consulting the DPP, take over a prosecution, and that can also be done via a transparent, that is also done through a transparent process by which the AG publishes a notice of intention to take over the prosecution in the Canada Gazette. When it comes to third parties, when it comes to the Attorney General's power to issue instructions or take over a prosecution, the Attorney General is to consult Cabinet colleagues before exercising those powers. Those consultations are often far-reaching so that the Attorney General becomes aware of considerations that go beyond any individual case. If the Attorney General does decide to overtake the prosecution, the Attorney General makes the final determination himself or herself. So it is crucial for the Attorney General to be able to consult Cabinet colleagues on prosecutorial issues. But the ultimate decision rests with the AG. The Supreme Court found that in exercising those duties, the Attorney General acts in the general interest. The Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada is the main legal advisor to the Crown and has the responsibility to act in the public interest. The Attorney General and Justice Minister takes those responsibilities very seriously. The role of the DPP is linked to these prosecution decisions, and the DPP is considered an independent officer of Parliament acting in a quasi-judicial manner.
That all instructions from the Attorney General be in writing and be published in the Canada Gazette, which I've mentioned. In turn, the Director must inform the Attorney General of any prosecution or planned intervention that may raise important questions of general interest, allowing the Attorney General the opportunity to intervene in or assume the conduct of a case. Additionally, the PPSC must provide the Attorney General with an annual report for tabling in Parliament. Prosecutorial independence, Madam Speaker, is a cornerstone of our democracy, reflected in the relationship between the Attorney General of Canada and the Director of Public Prosecutions. Prosecutions of federal offences are carried out by experienced and skilled prosecutors across the country. Given prosecutorial independence and the sub judice rule, which we've heard of already in this morning's debate, this government will not comment specifically on the matter of the charges laid against Vice Admiral Mark Norman, which is an active prosecution currently ongoing, as I've mentioned, before the Ontario Court of Justice. The criminal trial itself will take place in due course, Madam Speaker, under the timelines and the deadlines determined by an honourable judge of the Ontario Court. The independence and impartiality of that trial process must be respected, Madam Speaker. I cannot underscore that enough. And it must run its course without comment in the House, contrary to the sub judice rule and the right of an accused to a fair and expeditious hearing. Madam Speaker, a third-party records application, which is also known for the lawyers in the chamber as an O'Connor application, was commenced by Vice Admiral Norman's defense counsel in October of last year. That application is what we call a preliminary proceeding in a criminal hearing. By that application, the Vice Admiral's defense counsel team is seeking to obtain documents and records of various types from 7 government departments or entities, where those departments or entities are in possession of such documents. The 7 departments or entities are the Prime Minister's Office, the Privy Council Office, the Treasury Board Secretariat, the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces, Public Services and Procurement Canada, the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, and the Department of Justice. All 7 departments and entities were served with subpoenas requiring the production of relevant documents or records to the Ontario Court of Justice. In the course of such third-party records applications, Madam Speaker, parties may call or what is called subpoena the witnesses to give evidence about the documents being sought. A witness may confirm potentially relevant documents exist or do not exist. They may provide evidence regarding efforts to locate relevant documents, including why such efforts are or are not successful. This is routine in any proceeding, Madam Speaker. Other evidence can also be presented before the court, including documents that are already in the possession of the parties to the application. It's something that's fundamental in both civil and criminal proceedings, Madam Speaker. In a criminal proceeding, it goes to the issue of full answer and defense. Once the evidence is presented to the court and all parties have made their submissions and arguments, Madam Speaker, it is then the role of the court, in this case the Ontario Court of Justice, to assess the evidence and argument that comes before it. If the court deems it appropriate or necessary, Madam Speaker, it may issue an order requiring a party to produce further documents or other evidence. The court may then assess the documents or records produced in response to the third-party records application and order relevant records to be disclosed to the defense. Where parties are responding to a third-party records application argue that documents or records produced should not be disclosed, either in whole or in part, due to some privilege claim on their contents, it is again for the court to decide whether such privilege claims should or should not be upheld. Witnesses that I've mentioned who are called to give evidence in, again, this third-party record application are sworn to answer questions put to them by counsel truthfully and to the best of their knowledge. That is a fundamental aspect of how our judicial system and court proceedings operate in this country, Madam Speaker. Counsel may raise suggestions or allegations in questions that they put to such witnesses. Such allegations are just that. They are allegations. They have not been proven in court. It is for the court to ultimately decide what evidence to rely on in forming its decision at the appropriate stages of that very proceeding. Again, Madam Speaker, there is a third-party records application that has been brought in this very case that is ongoing right now as we speak, that has been brought by Vice Admiral Norman's defense counsel. It is currently being deliberated by an honourable judge of the Ontario Court of Justice. That application is subject to the sub judice rule as much as the criminal proceeding itself and any other related proceeding which may arise. It is a matter of public record, Madam Speaker, that in the third-party records application, the Vice Admiral's defense team, counsel for the Attorney General of Canada from the Department of Justice, and the Prosecution Service of Canada prosecutors have made their arguments and their submissions before the court. The Honourable Judge is now assessing those arguments and submissions and will issue a decision in due course. The government is currently providing documents to the judge for her review and will continue to do so as directed by the judge. The document identification, review and production is a thorough one, Madam Speaker. Overall, the process aims to balance the public interest in disclosing documents with appropriately protecting information that is a cabinet confidence, with privacy concerns, and with public interest immunity, and the concept of solicitor-client privilege. To be clear, claiming privilege over documents, Madam Speaker, that discuss strategy is a standard practice in prosecutions, as is protecting cabinet confidences. The government and the Department of Justice Counsel are acutely conscious of the interests of the defendant in an expeditious resolution of their criminal trial. The innocence, this is an important point, Madam Speaker, the innocence or guilt of an accused is not decided in the course of a third-party records application. That is a preliminary matter that takes place before the trial on the merits of the charge. However, all involved continue to work to ensure that the application is concluded as expeditiously as possible, given the potentially high number of responsive documents to the request. Madam Speaker, these efforts, which are ongoing, include searches of government systems and records, and where appropriate, individuals' personal accounts and personal devices. Documents are reviewed for likely relevance and potential privilege claims and provided to the court for its review and decision. Where the court determines a document to be relevant, it will also rule on whether any privilege claims should be upheld.
Honourable member will have 4.5 minutes the next time after question period when this is back before the House. Statements by members. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Madam Speaker, I participated in an event from the organization Civics Quebec at the Charles Perrault School in Laval. I met with grade 3 students. I answered their questions about the role of parliamentarians and the way that the Canadian Parliament works. I'd like to read what a girl named Leanne had to say afterwards. I liked when you answered the question. I was excited to meet you. If possible, could you please make a law to end pollution? I'd like to thank Civics Quebec for this lovely and inspiring initiative. I'd like to thank the Charles Perrault School for welcoming me, and particularly Ms. Florence, who welcomed me into her classroom. I'd like to thank Ms. Stéphanie, who's one of the students' mothers, and to Leanne and to all of her classmates who wrote to me. Thank you for this lovely experience.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Madam Speaker, the Haliburton Highlands Chamber of Commerce recently hosted the 13th Annual Business and Community Awards Gala. The Chamber received 127 nominations celebrating the active and innovation sectors within Haliburton County. I would like to congratulate all award nominees and recipients, including Dr. Cassie Wright, Young Professional of the Year, Brandy Hewson, Entrepreneur of the Year, the Haliburton Rotary Club, Not-for-Profit of the Year, Chantel Neville, Customer First Employee Award, Haliburton County Chiropractic, New Business, Haliburton Forest and Wildlife Reserve for the Tourism and Hospitality Award. Haliburton Solar and Wind took home 4 awards for Customer First Business, Innovation and Creativity, Business Achievement, and Skilled Trades and Industry. Harvest Haliburton for the Warden's Award, and Steve Todd received the prestigious Highlander of the Year. Finally, a special thank you to Chamber President Andrea Strano and General Manager Jennifer Locke, the sponsors, staff, board of directors for organizing the spectacular event.
Here, here.
The honourable member for Egmont.
Madam Speaker, over the past week, this very room housed 338 women from across the country for Equal Voices Dollar of the Vote program. And through this program, I had the opportunity to speak with Bronwyn Bridges, a young woman from the city of Summerside. As 338 women of different backgrounds and political affiliations sat in this House, they shared their priorities and vision for Canada's future. With these young women at the forefront of our next generation of leaders, our future is in good hands. Although Bronwyn didn't express any immediate plans to pursue a political career in our conversation, the qualities she demonstrated would serve her well in this or any other arena. I congratulate Ms. Bridges for her participation in this program, and I thank all 338 women who made their presence known in Ottawa this week.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Madam Speaker, today is World Health Day, and April 1st to the 7th is Global Asbestos Awareness Week. Exposure to asbestos claims the lives of 2,000 Canadians each year, 200,000 people worldwide. Asbestos is a known carcinogen, and there is no safe level of exposure. That's the evidence. Champions like Saskatoon resident union activist Jesse Todd have worked tirelessly for years and lobbied our government to eventually, in 2008, 2018 ban asbestos and asbestos-containing products in Canada. But there is still more work to be done. Despite the ban, asbestos is still found in many places where Canadians live, work, play, and go to school. And so we must continue our fight for safe removal and disposal of asbestos from our private and public infrastructure and the elimination of all exemptions to the existing regulations. Please join me today in raising awareness to the dangers of asbestos exposure and commit to eliminating this health risk for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlton.
Madam Speaker, desk thumping and a filibuster have impeded the opportunity for Prince Edward Islanders to hear just how good Budget 2019 was for our province. $10 billion new dollars to tackle the national housing crunch, including in Charlottetown. $16.5 million from the federal gas tax directly to island municipalities for infrastructure. $50.8 million for public safety housing in Charlottetown to assist those with complex mental, physical, and social challenges. And increased operational funding for the Confederation Centre of the Arts, which showcases Canadian talent, including the iconic Anne of Green Gables. To quote the late, great Premier Joe Giz, Islanders have endured 10 long, hard, lean, mean, miserly, miserable Tory years. But no more. Budget 2019 is very good for the mighty island. Madam Speaker, you don't need to take my word for it. Hop on one of the 2 new ferries announced in the budget and come see for yourself.
And I want to correct the record. I mentioned the name of Charlton instead of Charlottetown, so I'm sorry. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Charlatan, perhaps, yes. Mr. Speaker, while Liberal elites fawn over the imposition of the carbon tax, everyday Canadians are hurting under this tax grab that will do nothing to clean up our environment. My constituents work hard every day to make ends meet, and they don't need higher gas prices, higher home heating bills, and higher grocery prices, just so that Liberal elites feel better. The Liberal carbon tax has raised the price of everything that my constituents do, driving to work, heading to hockey practice, buying groceries to feed their families. Conservatives believe in conserving and protecting our environment for future generations. That is why we believe that heavy emitters should do their part, not just everyday Canadians. Unfortunately, this government has exempted them from their carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, the truth about the carbon tax is that it's not an environmental plan, it's just a tax grab. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, tax season is upon us, and I've been very pleased to organize free tax clinics for the residents of Hull-Aylmer for the 2nd consecutive year. Throughout March and April, volunteers working with my team helped nearly 250 people earning modest incomes file their tax returns. To our 2019 volunteers, Suzanne, Lynn, Wilmer, Jocelyn, Pierre, Charles, Albert, and Sophie, thank you very much for your hard work.
Because of you, 250 families in Hull-Aylmer will get the benefits, such as a Canada Child Benefit and a working income tax benefit, which will help them make ends meet and help them give them a better chance to improve their lives. I am very proud to be of a government that is working as hard as Canadians to help Canadian families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise today and congratulate the athletes, volunteers, and sponsors who made the Labrador Winter Games a true success. The Games have been a premier event in Labrador since 1983, and I have fond memories of my times competing as an athlete and as a spectator. The events continue to be the largest gathering and celebration for sports and culture. It's often referred to as the Olympics of the North and comprises both modern and traditional sporting events. In 2019, we saw the first female Labraton, an event reserved only for males until now. Women competed in traditional clothing, pulled a Cominac on snowshoes, and they competed to light a fire, saw a log, target shoot, and chop a hole through the ice. Congratulations to Nikki Brown Dyson of Cartwright, the first woman to hold this title at the Games. I also acknowledge and ask my colleagues in the House today to join me in congratulating all teams and the team of Happy Valley Goose Bay who won the Cup. Thank you.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Madam Speaker, this week the Liberal carbon tax kicked in, making the price of gas, groceries and home heating more expensive for the people of York Simcoe and for Canadians all across this great country.
Shameful.
Families, seniors and students are all paying the price for this government's out-of-control spending. The carbon tax means they will have to work even harder just to make ends meet. Right. Instead of funding environmental policies that will actually help people, like the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund they canceled, this Liberal government is exempting the worst polluters while making the average Canadian family pay over $540 more per year. The people of York Simcoe have been clear. They want the carbon tax scrapped.
That's right.
Canada's Conservatives will repeal this tax on everything and put more money back in their pockets. We will do all this and make sure the environment is protected for future generations.
Hear, 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 hear. Well done.
L'honorable député de La Prairie. Honourable member for La Prairie. Madam Speaker, a very special event will be happening tomorrow evening in my riding in Candiac. Around 300 people will be attending the 10th annual Soirée Victoire, which aims to raise funds for breast cancer research. Founded by Danielle Simard and Mario Cecchini, the Soirée Victoire has been a huge success. Since 2009, no less than 15 events have been organized, raising an impressive total of $920,000. After tomorrow evening's event, it's likely they'll hit the $1 million mark, and that money will be donated to the Quebec Cancer Foundation. Isn't that amazing? I'm proud to say that this is leading to real results, Madam Speaker. Statistics show that if current trends continue, we may be able to find a cure for breast cancer within a generation. In fact, today, 88% of women recover from breast cancer. To conclude, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Ms. Simard and Mr. Cecchini for all of their hard work. Beyond the money raised, this gives huge hope to everyone suffering from breast cancer. Thank you.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 1980, Terry Fox united our country with a vision to one day find a cure for cancer. When his cancer returned, Terry said, "I'm not going to give up, but I might not make it. If I don't, the Marathon of Hope better continue." Budget 2019 continues Terry's dream by allocating up to $150 million towards the creation of the Marathon of Hope Cancer Research Centers Network. The federal government will collaborate with the Terry Fox Research Institute and its partners, who are providing matching funding to link universities and hospitals across Canada to advance the principles of precision medicine and transform how cancer research is done, not only in Canada but around the world. On April 12th, the Terry Fox Research Institute will present its roadmap to cure cancer by announcing its vision at the exact spot where Terry started his run 39 years ago in Newfoundland. I'm extremely proud of this investment to one day realize Terry's dream.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister can no longer hide the truth about SNC-Lavalin. He said that he had taken responsibility for this breach of trust, but he's still there. There were two people who resigned, and two others were expelled for having dared to speak the truth. In any company, his leadership would be questioned. But in the Liberal caucus, there are a majority of members who are still defending the indefensible. People have lost patience with the Prime Minister, who was once their darling. Following an access to information request, the Privy Council told La Presse that this only dated back to November 2019. It's clear that the Liberals want to prevent the truth from coming out before the elections. And that's why they're pressuring the senators to adopt a bill that would prevent them from having proper access to information requests. The honourable member for Sudbury. Pascal Morceau is...
Pascal was the first woman documented to summit Mount Wood in Yukon, Canada's sixth highest peak at nearly 16,000 feet in a winter ascent. She embarked on this daring exploit through the Royal Canadian Geographical Society flag expedition. The fate of Pascal and her partner's climb was threatened by high winds and a storm on the horizon. Through it all, the now Canmore resident was able to circumvent all the obstacles as she remained calm and persisted to finally reach the top and make history. She will now go down in the books as the first woman to summit a major subarctic peak in winter. What an accomplishment. Pascal, je vous félicite pour la
I want to congratulate you for your passion that you showed with this exploit. You are an inspiration for many young people in Sudbury and across Canada who want to push the limits and achieve their potential. Thank you, Pascal, for being such a great model. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Madam Speaker, Environment Canada published a new report this week that is extremely concerning. Canada is warming twice as fast as the rest of the world, and the situation is even worse in the north. The Environment Commissioner, in the meantime, confirmed what we already knew, that this government is not doing enough to fight climate change. Not only are they not doing enough, but they're actually going in the wrong direction. We also learned this week that the Liberals took $50 million from a Green Innovation Fund to give subsidies, where? To the oil sector. Madam Speaker, we can no longer afford to act like this isn't a problem. They can't continue to subsidize the oil sector. They can't continue to call themselves a champion of the environment when they buy old pipelines with taxpayer money, rather than making massive investments in the economy of the future. We need to make the environment our #1 priority. It's not enough to talk.
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek.
Madam Speaker, 1 year tragedy touched Humboldt, Saskatchewan, our nation, and the families and friends of 29 of our own. The Humboldt Broncos accident left a wound that has yet to heal. Perhaps for some, it never truly will. Our thoughts turn to the families of the players and staff, to the survivors recovering from their injuries, both seen and unseen. To them we say, you are not forgotten. In the past year, with the attention of the world upon you, you have borne the burden of grief with grace. The grieving most face in private, you have faced in public, and you allowed us to share in your sorrow. None of us can truly understand the weight this placed on your shoulders. Yet your strength inspired a nation. It continues to inspire. We have not forgotten. We still remember each of you in our prayers. We still remember Humboldt Strong. Still, we are all Broncos.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
On this 95th anniversary of the Royal Canadian Air Force, I'm rising to honour the tremendous service and sacrifice of its great women and men. Through 2 world wars, they have and continue to play a crucial role in defending Canada, our sovereignty, and our international security. At home, they protect our airspace through NORAD and conduct vital search and rescue operations. On the world stage, they support NATO operations via air policing missions in Romania, and they contribute to international peacekeeping with our helicopters in Mali. On this anniversary, I also want to highlight our commitment to modernizing the Royal Canadian Air Force. We are acquiring 88 modern fighter jets to replace the CF-18 fleet through an open and transparent competition, something that the Conservatives could not do in 10 years. This competition will ensure that we get the right aircraft for our Air Force and at the right price, while creating job opportunities for Canada's middle class and those working hard to join it.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
The Prime Minister looked 37 million Canadians in the eye and said, quote, if anyone, including the former Attorney General, had issues with anything they might have experienced in this government, or didn't feel that we were living up to the high standards we set for itself, it was her responsibility to come forward. It was their responsibility to come forward, and no one did. This week, the Prime Minister admitted that statement was false, that in fact his former Attorney General looked him in the eye and warned against him politically interfering in the SNC-Lavalin prosecution. Now that we know the Prime Minister stated this public falsehood, will he allow the Ethics Committee to investigate what others he might have told in this affair?
The Honourable Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we agree that Canadians should be able to hear the truth for themselves, and that's exactly why the Prime Minister provided an unprecedented waiver. He waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence to satisfy the parameters that the Justice Committee put forward. Madam Speaker, we recognize that it's important that the Justice Committee and all committees be able to do their important work, and that's why the members that represent the government on those committees make their own decisions. That's obviously not the approach of the Conservatives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Former PMO puppet master and best friend of the Prime Minister showed up before the Justice Committee and claimed that there was no conversation whatsoever about the inappropriateness of the Prime Minister's political interference in the SNC-Lavalin affair in September, in October, in November, and in December. Yet now we have 41 pages of journal entries, text messages, and audio recordings that show there was nothing but conversation about that political interference. It's documented. Given that this former PMO puppet master lied before the Justice Committee, will the Liberals allow the Ethics Committee to investigate what other falsehoods the government might have told?
The Honourable Official House Leader.
Madam Speaker, what's important to note is why this information that the member is referring to is in public is because the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. Madam Speaker, we recognize that Canadians should be able to hear the truth for themselves, and that's why Justice Committee meetings took place in public. We know for over 5 weeks, Justice Committee members asked for witnesses to appear. We know that witnesses appeared, they answered questions. To ensure that Canadians could hear for themselves, this information was made public. Madam Speaker, if the Prime Minister had not waived solicitor-client privilege, that would not be the case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
The journal entries, text messages, and audio recordings show that there were at least 12 top government officials, including the Prime Minister himself, that interfered in the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin, yet only 2 have appeared. And their appearances were so disastrous that both of them have had to resign from their jobs. The remaining 10 have not been called upon to answer for the interference we know they engaged in as a result of the documented records proving it. Will the government allow the Ethics Committee to continue an investigation bringing them all forward? Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, there is a redundancy to the questions, as is with the information being provided. But it's important to note why that information is being made public. That information is being made public because the Prime Minister recognizes that Canadians should get to hear the truth for themselves. And that's exactly why he waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence, so that when witnesses appear at the Justice Committee, they would be able to answer and provide the truth to Canadians for Canadians to hear. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, yesterday, the Liberal Party may have leaked information to the media with regard to the possible return of the former Attorney General. Madam Speaker, yesterday evening at 8:30 p.m., CBC corrected its article saying that these conditions were discussed even while she was minister. This changes the story entirely. Trudeau's list, well, they got involved in the spin to smear the former Attorney General. Why has the Prime Minister been so difficult on this matter? Madam Speaker, we know that the Conservatives continue to mix things. They don't want to take the time to listen to the testimony. We know that the members who sit on the Justice Committee heard from witnesses. They provided testimony, and now all the facts are public. And the facts are public because the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence. Madam Speaker, this is the first time in the history of our country that the Prime Minister has done so. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. This is not fair because there are people who sit on the Justice Committee who appeared 2 times, whereas the former Attorney General was only able to appear before the committee once. there's a stop in the time period where the waiver applies, and the former Attorney General cannot tell her whole truth. She cannot tell the facts as she experienced them. Why, once again, is the government refusing the Ethics Committee to do its work? So we can finally shed light on this Liberal SNC-Lavalin scandal. The Honourable Government House Leader. Madam Speaker, this is not true. The members who sit on the Justice Committee, amongst themselves, they decided to hear from witnesses on this topic, and they said that, well, they established parameters for the discussion. They wanted to make sure that the witnesses could appear and answer questions. The Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence to satisfy the parameters established by the members on the committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Belley-Chambly. Madam Speaker, yesterday the member from Markham Stouffville. Well, despite what they're saying, it's the very independency of our judiciary that's at the heart of this matter. She said, I chose to tell the truth. I chose principles that are so important for the future of our country. It's more important than my political career. Can the Justice Minister reassure us that he won't get involved politically in this decision and he won't overturn the decision of the DPP on behalf of this rich company? What I can tell you here is that the witnesses who appeared before the Justice Committee, the two witnesses who did discuss this topic, took many stages to underscore
that the prosecution is unfolding as it should. Madame, the member from Vancouver Grenville, went to great lengths to underscore that in this case and in all cases, the institutions are doing what they should, and the rule of law remains intact.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, this week, dozens of women participating in the Daughters of the Vote stood up and turned their back on the Prime Minister of Canada for his treatment of two former female ministers. It's about a giant corporation with special access asking for special favors. It's about the Prime Minister and his office interfering with the work of the independent Attorney General. Will the Liberals launch a public inquiry so Canadians can learn the truth and commit to not using the DPA in this case?
The Honourable Minister of International Development and Status of Women and Gender Equality.
Madam Speaker, 338 young women representing the diversity of this country, representing a diverse range of perspectives, took their seats in the House of Commons because our government invested in a partnership to bring them to this place, because they belong here, because our country will be stronger when we create spaces for perspectives. We are proud of their courage and their determination. They spoke about issues like climate change. They spoke about the need to advance gender equality. They want to make sure that they can get paid equally for work of equal value. And everything that we've been doing since day one has been to ensure that they are equal in every way.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Madam Speaker, I certainly hope that the Liberal government is not taking credit for the important work of Equal Voice.
Yes.
Highways on most of North Vancouver Island, much like the rest of rural Canada, don't have cell service. Duncan Moffat spent 7 days trapped in his truck after it went off the road north of Campbell River, surviving off apples and Gatorade. He had a cell phone right next to him, but was unable to call for help. This rural highway sees over 4,000 vehicles a day. Lives are on the line. When will the minister commit to supporting cellular access on Canada's rural highways?
The Honourable Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. We understand the need for better connectivity in rural Canada. We've invested a great deal of money in Budget 2019 to make sure that we meet those commitments. Our Connect to Innovate program has connected over 900 communities across the country. We'll continue to work hard to make sure that rural Canada is not left behind and that we do connect all of these communities so that we can address concerns that we've heard all across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Belley-Chambly. Despite nice words, it's government action and poor management on behalf of the Liberals that have deprived many families and companies from high-speed internet access. In my riding, 25 minutes from Montreal, there are still municipalities that don't have access to this service. We've been asking for a pan-Canadian strategy for quite some time to increase internet access in our communities. The Liberal government must show leadership on this file and listen to its municipalities. When will the Liberals truly support high-speed internet access in our regions? The Honourable Minister for Rural Development.
Speaker, we've invested in Budget 2019 to make sure that we connect every Canadian in this country as well as businesses by the year 2030. We're looking at making sure that connectivity is available in all rural communities. We know that how important it is for people to grow businesses, to access education, to access healthcare. We know that internet is a critical part of the rural Canadian piece, and we're making sure that we deliver on that promise. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister told Canadians no one ever raised concerns about his interference in the SNC-Lavalin prosecution, but all the evidence shows that's just not true. The Prime Minister only allowed the former Attorney General to speak about what happened before January 14th, the date he moved her out of that role after she had told him to back off repeatedly. But she said they had a series of meetings after that, which led to her resignation. And the Liberals themselves keep leaking information that they won't let her talk about, even as of yesterday. When will the Liberals take responsibility, end the cover-up, and tell Canadians the truth?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, what's clear is that that member, as well as the Conservative Party, have come to their own conclusions. And the reason why they're able to actually speak about this information is because all of the facts are on the table, Madam Speaker. All of the facts are now public because the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. Madam Speaker, this is the first time in the history of our country that this has happened. I have answered this question on numerous occasions. But what is clear is that the Conservatives will do whatever they can so that they don't have to talk about the budget. They will do whatever they can so that Canadians don't notice that they have no plan. But it's clear the Conservatives have no plan for the economy, no plan for the environment.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
Waive all of the restrictions. And they say the Justice Committee did its work on the PM's interference in the criminal prosecution, but on February 13th, the Liberals shut down that investigation. On March 26th, the Liberals stopped the Ethics Committee from holding any hearings at all. The Liberals say Canadians can have faith in the rule of law, but OECD anti-bribery officials are, quote, concerned and are, quote, closely monitoring Canada because of the Liberals' actions. The Prime Minister has contradicted himself many times. No one can believe a word he says. When will they end the cover-up and tell Canadians the truth?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, when the Justice Committee met for 5 weeks, in which they actually had witnesses appear, and they provide testimony. All of this information is on the public record. Madam Speaker, for 5 weeks. 5 weeks is more than any piece of legislation even is studied or scrutinized at committee. And what's interesting is at committee, there was numerous people that were able to appear. But when it came to our budget that we've just introduced that's going to help Canadians from coast to coast to coast, only one Conservative was allowed to speak. It was a member for Carleton, and all of a sudden the Conservatives forgot about rural Canada then.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. According, the Liberals are going to do everything they can to not talk about SNC-Lavalin. Apparently, according to PM, everything has already been said on this affair. However, over the past few days, we've had new anonymous Liberal sources that have made information public that we haven't seen anywhere else. And we have to wonder why, because the Prime Minister chose who would talk at the Justice Committee and what they would say. When will the PM finally allow the Ethics Committee to shed full light on his own scandal? The Honourable Government House Leader. On the contrary, Madam Speaker, I said that I would answer every question because the Conservatives keep on asking the same question. For several weeks now, this has been the case, and the members who sit on the Justice Committee looked at this file for 5 weeks. Witnesses came, they provided testimony. So we talked about this topic, and we know that the Canadians have to hear the truth for themselves, and that's exactly why the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence. But it's clear that the Conservatives don't want to listen or talk about the budgets that's going to help Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Yes, the Prime Minister is judge of a case in which he's involved, and he also imposed the sentence on this case. He's judge, jury, and executioner, Madam Speaker. There's new evidence appearing every day where the former AG can't even talk about things we are hearing in the press. So the PM's masquerade has gone on long enough. Why don't the Liberals let the Ethics Committee investigate so we can hear the full story? The Honourable Government House Leaders, Madam Speaker, Canadians have heard the whole story because all these facts are now public. And this is the case because the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence. Every day, they want to ask for an emergency debate on canola, but during question period, they're not asking any questions on canola. They never asked a question about this, and they say they're close to these people. Order. The honourable member for Mégantic-Larab was able to ask 2 questions, and now he has to listen to the answer to his questions.
Green nose heel.
You know, I remember, Madam Speaker, at the start of the SNC-Lavalin scandal, when the Prime Minister had this press conference and he said, no, there's nothing more to see. It's all good. Then we had all of this testimony where all the evidence started to come out. And we've got the same situation here. You've got the government House Leader doing his beck and call, standing up saying, nope, no more, nothing to see here. Yet the former Attorney General is still under a gag order, and they are still blocking the Ethics Committee from doing their work. Why?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam President, I have to say that I'm quite confident being able to share the information and to share the facts. And Madam Speaker, the information is all public because the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. Madam Speaker, to ensure that people could share their stories, that they were able to appear, that's exactly why the Prime Minister provided an unprecedented waiver. Madam Speaker, that member might be concerned about me having to answer questions. I have the confidence and the ability to do so. I am okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Our member for Calgary Nose Hill.
You know, Madam Speaker, I think at some point in time, the government House Leader might find herself clipped after whatever next tape is going to come out, or whatever the PMO staff is going to leak to the media this week. That's what's happened. The PMO is leaking information for a time period that the former Attorney General is still under a gag order for, and she's standing up here saying, yep, it's all good, don't worry. It's ridiculous. That's like an abrogation of democracy. Why won't the PMO let the Ethics Committee do its work?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, that member and the Conservatives will talk about hypotheticals. We will talk about facts. We will talk about the fact that with our plan, 300,000 children have been lifted out of poverty. We will talk about the fact that over 800,000 Canadians are better off today than they were under Stephen Harper and the Conservatives. We will talk about the fact that Canadians have created over 900,000 jobs. Madam Speaker, we will talk about the fact that more Canadians are working today than have in my lifetime. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives will continue to talk about hypotheticals. They will continue to play and do their shenanigans because they have no plans and no concern for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Madam Speaker, climate change is having a devastating impact on our rivers and watersheds. In my riding, water levels in the Cowichan River are at a fraction of what they should be, and last year's salmon spawning season could be lost as many areas with eggs are now above water. This Liberal government easily found $4.5 billion for a pipeline. So will the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans make the necessary federal infrastructure investments to raise the Cowichan Weir and ensure the survival of this critical salmon-supporting watershed?
Absolutely. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question. The state of the salmon stocks in British Columbia is of great concern to this government. That's the reason why we created the BC Salmon Fund, which was recently announced. That fund will allow for us to work with stakeholders, to work with harvesters, to work with environmental groups to find innovative solutions. That is but one example of the many steps that are being taken.
all based on science, all based on consultation with Indigenous partners and with stakeholders in the community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Madam Speaker, Canadians were shocked by the horrific conditions facing families in Cat Lake, and this community was desperate for help with the mold and housing crisis. The recent agreement with the government is a new beginning, and yet we're hearing reports that an outside consultant is attempting to force the community to pay $1.2 million. This is money that should be spent on housing and improving the lives of the people. So will the minister explain the steps this government will take to ensure that those funds go to help the people and not to make some outside consultant a millionaire?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his question. Our work has always been focused on supporting the people of Cat Lake. Housing money will go to housing. It's as simple as that. Housing money goes to housing. It's why we signed an agreement with the community and with Windigo First Nations and no one else. And reports that are coming out now of practices by consultants that other First Nations leaders, but also the Chief of Cat Lake, are calling parasitic and atrocious, are deeply troubling to us, and we will be following through. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Madam Speaker, the Liberal government is taking the leaked information on the appointment of Supreme Court judges very lightly. We all have the duty to protect the privacy of the appointment process and hold it dear to our hearts. The government is playing a dangerous game here and is flouting our judiciary and democracy. Madam Speaker, the person who is leaked this information is part of a very restricted circle of people. Who is it?
The Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, we're very concerned by the leak of information regarding the nomination of judges to the Supreme Court of Canada. The appointment process is solid. It's based on merit and guarantees that our most eminent jurists are screened from a restricted list. I'd like to repeat that Canadians should have trust, full trust, in the administration of justice. Thank you.
Sturgeon River Parkland.
Madam Speaker, when news broke of the Liberals' $10 million payout to a terrorist, they launched a massive investigation. But when sensitive information is leaked about Judge Glenn Joyal to distract from the SNC scandal, nothing. This information could have only come from the highest levels of the PMO.
That's right.
Now, the Minister of Justice says he's deeply troubled, but he refuses to launch an investigation. Is that because he already knows the answer? And if so, who did it?
That's right. Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I'll add to the response I just gave in French, but we want to underscore that the integrity of the very process we are talking about depends on the confidentiality of all parties involved. As we have said, we are troubled by the publication of personal details about the Supreme Court justice selection process. It is unfair for any of the parties involved to see their names used this way in the media, and it is wrong, absolutely wrong, to weaponize personal information for political purposes. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when their $10.5 million payout to a convicted terrorist was leaked, the Liberals immediately launched an investigation that spanned 6 departments and agencies. But when another leak smearing a judge came out, the new Attorney General just put out a tweet. This leak was obviously another damage control exercise to spin the former Attorney General's resignation and generate Liberal backbench support for her eventual caucus expulsion. So will the Attorney General investigate this leak, or is he too afraid of where it will end?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Attorney General, Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, we are underscored that Canadians should have complete confidence in the administration of justice and complete confidence in the selection process that is used for Supreme Court justices. It is merit-based and it considers Canada's finest jurists for the short list. We've gone to great pains to ensure that the Honourable Kim Campbell leads up that selection process. We've ensured the bilingualism of Canadian judges. What we will always do is defend that institution and its important role in our democracy and in upholding the rule of law.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals launched a massive investigation into 6 different departments to find the source of the shameful payout to a convicted terrorist. But when confidential information about an honourable judge is leaked, No big deal. This is a highly sensitive information that only a handful of people close to the Prime Minister could have known. Why are the Liberals more concerned about protecting the privacy of a convicted terrorist than a judge who spent his entire life serving Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, as I've indicated, our office, the Department of Justice, is deeply troubled by the publication of personal details concerning the recent selection process. What we can state is what has already been stated. The Prime Minister stated that the leak did not come from his office, and the Minister of Justice understands that the leak did not come from the Justice Minister's office either.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Are major contributors to our rural communities and to our national economy. It is unacceptable that they are forced to pay the price for Canada's strained relationship with China. The ban of canola imposed by China is hurting Western Canada, and Liberals don't seem to get the urgency of stepping up to fix it. Our producers deserve better. Will the Prime Minister's office send a trade envoy to China to solve the canola seed ban face to face, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Madam Speaker, I can assure my colleague this is a top priority for our government and for me since more than 1 month now. I'm working closely with my counterparts from the provinces, with the industry, with the CFIA. We are having constant conversation with the Chinese official. I have asked for delegation to go to China, and I expect an answer shortly. Madam Speaker, I can assure you that we are taking this very seriously, and we have the support of the industry. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Madam Speaker, this week CMHC unveiled their new strategic plan at the 51st Annual Canadian Housing and Renewal Association's National Congress. The CEO of the Canadian Lions to End Homelessness said the plan has a critical gap. It does nothing to embed the right to housing. Canadians can't wait any longer for Liberal talk to turn to action. We have a housing crisis, and the Liberals refuse to solve it. When will they join the NDP and housing experts and finally enshrine the right to housing in law?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Mandate is about growing the economy and growing the middle class and helping more Canadians join the middle class, and that comes with important actions and investments in housing to make sure every Canadian has a safe and affordable place to call home. We have renewed, in fact, we have launched the first ever national housing strategy, a new era for partnership and leadership in Canada, and that comes with the right for every Canadian to be housed decently and appropriately.
The Honourable Member for Egmont.
Madam Speaker, after a decade of the Harper Conservatives ignoring their needs in favour of boutique tax credits that only benefited the wealthy, our government has introduced measures that ensures when lower-income workers file their taxes, they will get to keep more of their hard-earned paychecks. Will the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development tell the House how the new Canada Workers' Benefit will provide real support to more than 2 million Canadians who are working hard to join the middle class?
L'Honorable Ministre des Familles, de l'Enfance et du Développement.
The Honourable Minister of Families.
And thank you to the member for Egmont for his question. Giving every Canadian a real and fair chance to succeed is at the core of our mandate. And that's why we have introduced the Canada Child Benefit and the new Canada Workers Benefit, which is going to automatically enroll 2 million low-income Canadians, giving them more income in their pockets for them to make ends meet. And that's why 75,000 of them will be lifted out of poverty, and that's why we're going to continue to work very hard to give all those Canadians working hard to join the middle class the help that they need and deserve.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Madam Speaker, when Liberal interference into shipbuilding was revealed, the PMO put their top issues person on the case, Zita Astervas. She'd previously worked with Jerry Butts and Katie Telford in the office of Dalton McGuinty when code words were used to hide disclosure of documents in the gas plant scandal. Now Ms. Astervas is being questioned about code words used to prevent disclosure in the Mark Norman trial. Will the Defence Minister confirm to this House today whether code words were used
with respect to the disclosure of documents in the Admiral Mark Norman affair?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, the prosecution in question that has been underscored here is being handled by the PPSC, which operates independently from the Department of Justice and the Office of the Attorney General. Counsel to the Attorney General is fulfilling all of its obligations before the court with respect to the ongoing third-party records application. It is absolutely improper to comment further on this issue as the matter is before the courts. The member opposite knows this as a lawyer, and we will not do, despite his pleadings, intervene in a matter and intervene and fetter the discretion of the Public Prosecution Service of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Madam Speaker, when Jerry Butts was the Principal Secretary to Dalton McGuinty, code words were used to avoid disclosure of gas plant documents. When Jerry Butts became Principal Secretary to this Prime Minister, we now know code words were used to deprive Mark Norman of documents he needs to defend himself. Can the Defence Minister handle this truth? What was the code word used for the setup of Mark Norman? Or, Madam Speaker, did he order the code red on Mark Norman?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Speaker, let me explain this in crystal clear words. The reason why we observe the Sub Judice Convention is because currently, in this proceeding, in the Ontario Court of Justice, a judge is deliberating about the records that the member has just raised. We do not want to actually influence or to be seen to be influencing that judge in their deliberations, because that would be improper. Improper for members of the government, improper for any members of this House. The Honourable Member knows this, as did his colleague, Mr. Peter Van Loan, who said this specifically, that members are expected to refrain from discussing such matters. That was the Honourable Peter Van Loan. I perhaps urge the member opposite to listen to his former colleague.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, the Liberals claim they want to protect jobs in Quebec. They say everything they did in connection with SNC-Lavalin was for that reason. But what we do know is that the only job the Prime Minister was trying to protect was his own. And in 2015, when they took office, they did everything they could to prevent Davy Shipyards from building the Asterisk and providing work for 1,000 workers. Why did the Prime Minister want to cancel the contract?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, the issue of this matter in respect to the important issue of Vice Admiral Norman is before the courts. The Ontario Court of Justice presently is deliberating on this very issue. We have an opposition day motion. We now have opposition questions. They're posing questions that relate to that court process. The reason why it is improper for both the questions and the responses to touch on that matter is because it could improperly either influence or be seen to influence that judge in their deliberations. We take the judge's role seriously, as should all members of this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, my colleague didn't listen to the question. It had nothing to do with Admiral Norman. Madam Speaker, in 2015, the Royal Canadian Navy needed a supply ship, and Davy Shipyards had the perfect solution. The Conservative Party approved construction of the Asterix. But the day after the election, the Prime Minister and his entourage did everything in their power to axe the project. When we heard the Liberals were scheming to halt construction of the Asterix, we pushed back and forced them to sign the contract. But now they want to punish the whistleblower. Why? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement and Accessibility. Madam Speaker, we are proud of having had a ship built. That's something that never happened in the 10 years of Harper impoverishment of our forces. We're proud of the work of Davy Shipyard. They put their shoulder to the wheel to provide the Royal Canadian Navy with a supply ship that is the pride of Canada. We're proud of Davy Shiplip, and we're proud of having given that contract to Davy Shipyard.
Madam Speaker, the federal court has ruled a DFO policy of not screening BC farm salmon for a lethal virus that has potential to infect wild Chinook salmon is unlawful. Justice Cicely Strickland ruled the federal policy unlawfully allows juvenile farmed Atlantic salmon to be transferred into open net pens without testing for the virus. Will the minister finally apply the precautionary approaches dictated by law and test for PRV before transferring farm fish to open net pens in our oceans? Will he listen to the courts and protect wild salmon?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and Canadian Coast Guard.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question. My honourable colleague would be well aware of the various measures that have been taken by this government with respect to the protection and preservation of wild salmon in British Columbia. We are well aware of this decision. We are now determining what the next steps are, but this government is focused on the preservation of wild salmon stocks in BC.
I just want to remind the members to allow individuals to ask their questions and respond without being interrupted. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
The government is failing to protect our waterways. According to a new survey released today, 9 of 10 people are worried about the impact of plastic waste on the environment, and 82% believe that the Liberals should be doing more to tackle it. New Democrats passed a unanimous motion on ocean plastics, and we announced that we would ban single-use plastics by 2021. While the Liberals are still talking about a national strategy, the EU and India are already taking action to ban single-use plastics. So when are the Liberals going to take plastic pollution seriously and take real action?
Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Proud to talk about what we're doing to tackle plastic pollution. We know we've got a real problem. If we don't tackle plastic pollution, we will have more plastics by weight than fish. We've banned microbeads. In the G7, we created the Oceans Plastics Charter, where we have targets internationally. We are supporting developing countries so they have proper waste management systems. We are also ensuring that in government operations that we're eliminating unnecessary single-use plastics. We've put suppliers on notice that we will be choosing suppliers that have innovative solutions. And also we're working with provinces and territories on our zero plastics waste strategy that will be announced in June.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, we know from the SNC scandal that this Prime Minister will politically interfere to protect his friends and stop at nothing to destroy anyone in his way. Vice Admiral Mark Norman has been waiting since October for this government to comply with court orders to provide documents from Gerald Butts, Michael Wernick, Katie Telford, and Zita Astravas. But the Prime Minister and his staff think they are above the law. Will the Prime Minister immediately hand over all documents and ensure Mark Norman gets a fair trial?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, as I've already said in response to the member from Durham, and I'll repeat it again, this very matter that has been underscored by the member opposite is currently before the courts. It's important to let that court process unfold. She cited an application that has been made for third-party records. That's exactly what's transpired. The Ontario Court of Justice is deliberating on that application. Justice lawyers and counsel for Mr. Norman are participating in that process. We will not comment on that process because it is improper to do so. We will not interfere politically in a prosecution under the auspices of the Conservative Party's urgings.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, this is not about commenting on a trial. It's about complying with the law to provide the necessary evidence. After relentless stonewalling, a 60-page memo from the former clerk of the Privy Council, Michael Wernick, was finally delivered to Norman's lawyers. But it was unreadable, completely blacked out. Canadians should be worried. If the Prime Minister can prevent a distinguished admiral from getting a fair trial, no one is safe. Will the Prime Minister immediately hand all documents with nothing blacked out?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I'll confess absolute incredulity, Madam Speaker, to that question. Trial fairness is pivotal. Agreed, trial fairness is pivotal. The notion that we should intervene politically and dictate to an independent prosecution service what should be disclosed is called intervening in that trial. That renders null and void the trial fairness that the member opposite is seeking to uphold. That is not what we will do. That is not what any government or any parliamentarian should seek to do in this process or any other process.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, when news broke of a secret $10.5 million payment to a self-confessed convicted terrorist, the government launched an investigation spanning 6 departments to find out who blew the cover-up. When news broke of the Prime Minister trying to interfere in the prosecution of a Liberal-friendly, well-connected corporation charged with corruption, he, in turn, slammed down the Justice Committee to keep it a secret. When the Liberals cut the shipping order,
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to anticipate where that question was going, and I believe it was going towards the issue of the Supreme Court appointments process. And what I would say is what I've already said on the record, and that is that we take any disclosure of personal and confidential information very seriously. It is very troubling. Secondly, I would reiterate for Canadians that are watching that they should have utmost confidence in the process we are using to uphold the administration of justice and the rule of law, and to ensure that the people who are selected for that high office are merit-based and are fully eminent and capable of fulfilling the high office and its important function in protecting the rule of law in this country.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Madam Speaker, sport is fundamental to bringing together a community. All across Canada, we have children involved in recreational sports, and every one of them should always feel free to play, coach, or participate freely in sport safely. From her very first day, the Minister of Science and Sport committed to ending abuse, harassment, and discrimination at all levels and for all ages in sport. Can the Minister please update this House on the historic measures that she announced last week? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Science,
Everything.
Of Science and Sports, yes.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for an important question. The safety of our athletes is our top priority. That's why we've announced 2 new initiatives, an independent third-party investigative unit and a national toll-free confidential helpline to address abuse, discrimination, harassment. This builds on our previous work, including putting in place tough new measures for our national sports organizations, signing a declaration with every province and territory on safe sport, and creating a universal code of conduct. We must end abuse in sport.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
The HoC scandal has shown Canadians exactly what this Prime Minister thinks of people who speak out against corruption and wrongdoing. He fires them. The new Treasury Board President was at our committee for our unanimous report to update legislation that protects whistleblowers, a report the Liberal government promptly threw in the garbage instead. Will she commit now to implementing the recommendations made by the committee and protect Canada's whistleblowers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement and Accessibility.
Well, as you know, Madam Speaker, the previous Conservative government ignored for years the legislative requirement to review the Public Service Disclosure Protection Act. Right. Our government did the right thing and requested that the committee of which the member speaks undertake a review, and we have, of course, appreciate the committee and its work, and it contained useful recommendations to improve the whistleblowing regime in the federal public sector. We agree improvements are required. We're taking concrete steps to strengthen the regime to ensure whistleblowers that they have the protections they deserve, unlike Mr. Harper's government. Among them, improved guidance, increased awareness activities and training.
John East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The International Energy Agency notes that since 2000, energy efficiency in major economies has actually offset 1/3 of the rise of energy-intensive activities like heating buildings, industrial processes, and transportation. Since most of our energy still comes from greenhouse gas sources, energy efficiency can help us meet our climate change goals while saving money, supporting competitiveness, and creating jobs. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources please explain how Budget 2019 will promote energy efficiency and help Canada meet our climate change commitments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of
Natural Resources. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for St. John's East for the question and his hard work on the Committee of Natural Resources. Our government is making it easier for Canadians to lower their energy bills while tackling climate change. Through Budget 2019, we are investing over $1 billion to increase energy efficiency at home at work and in our communities. Not only do these investments reduce emissions, they also create good, well-paying, middle-class jobs. While Conservatives in Ontario are cutting energy efficiency programs, hurting families and businesses in the province, we are delivering for our commitment in our economy. Thank you, Madam.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
For weeks now, the Prime Minister has said the reason he politically interfered with the independence of our judicial system is because of potential job losses at SNC-Lavalin in cities and towns across Canada. One of those towns is Port Elgin, Ontario, near the Bruce nuclear facility. People in Port Elgin say they're baffled by the Prime Minister's comments. Even the mayor said, what we do know locally is that SNC-Lavalin is planning an expansion. Why can't the Prime Minister just admit this wasn't about job losses? It was a pure political play, and it was corruption at the highest office of the land.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, first of all, information is all public because the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. And it also confirms that the Justice Committee did its important work to ensure that Canadians would be able to access this important information. What the member has actually just confirmed is that when it comes to these jobs, that they are throughout the entire country. This is a Canadian company, and we have to make sure as a government that we always defend our economy, that we defend Canadian jobs. It's unfortunate that that member doesn't recognize that, and it's probably why the Conservatives had such an abysmal record under 10 years of Stephen Harper. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Madam Speaker, the Revenue Minister can't be counted on. The noose was supposed to be tightening around the necks of tax cheats in the Panama Papers. Not so. The minister was supposed to have hired 1,300 new international tax inspectors. Didn't happen. She was also supposed to have recovered $25 billion worth of unpaid taxes in the tax havens. That didn't happen either. Since she can't be counted on, will she at least turn the data over to the Parliamentary Budget Officer so that he can expose the full extent of the complacency? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Revenu National.
Madam Speaker, the figures speak for themselves. The agency hired 1,300 auditors between January 1st, 2016 and January 1st, 2019. That's the figure I was referring to. We've made historic investments of over $1 billion at CRA so that the agency is better equipped to fight tax evasion. Without those investments, the number of auditors would have dropped and the number of tax cheats would have increased. The noose is tightening. The honourable member for Terrebonne. Madam Speaker, a U.S. company, Aqua Bounty, has begun producing industrial quantities of genetically modified salmon in PEI. Not keen on giant-sized laboratory salmon boosting corporate profits? Well, we don't want them on our plates either, but too bad. You're going to have to eat it anyway. It won't be labeled. What's it going to take for the federal government to get it? Quebecers want to know what they're eating. When are they going to do like most industrialized countries and require GMO labeling?
To the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All the rules were followed. There are very specific rules put out by Health Canada and the CFIA, and all the rules were fully complied with all along the way. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Madam Speaker, every year businesses worry in Quebec about the delayed arrival of the temporary foreign workers they need. Those businesses pay thousands of dollars to Service Canada to have their applications processed promptly, but at the other end, they're asleep at the switch. Again today, businesses have lost contracts because workers who were supposed to be on the job Monday have not yet arrived. Those applications have still not been processed. The endless bureaucracy in Ottawa is jeopardizing businesses in Quebec. What's the minister going to do, not tomorrow but today, to ensure the temporary foreign workers arrive on time?
Of Employment, Workforce, and Labor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And certainly the record numbers of jobs grown by this government since coming to power has had an impact across this country, and specifically in Quebec. We recognize that. I have an interesting read on my night table, Madam Speaker. Right here, right now, a book by the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, where he admits in the book that they really jigged up the temporary foreign worker program, Madam Speaker. We're putting additional resources into the program. We're going to fix it. If we can, we're going to unjig it.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week in Ottawa, 5 people died of opioid overdoses, and every day across Canada, 11 lives are lost to opioid overdose. And the fastest growing population requiring hospital care from opioid overdoses are young Canadians aged 15 to 24. In my own riding, there are nearly 600 emergency department visits for opioid poisonings last year, which is a more than 30% increase over the previous year. And just last week, the town of Bracebridge is looking at declaring a state of emergency. When will this government start funding treatment to help addicts conquer their dependency on this terrible, life-destroying drug?
The Honourable Minister, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question and for his concern about this issue. Our government is deeply concerned by the tragic impact of the opioid crisis, and our hearts are with all of those who've lost a loved one. This is the most significant public health issue in Canada's recent history. We've responded by investing over $350 million in emergency response, much of it in treatment, restoring harm reduction, and cutting red tape and removing barriers to treatment. This is a medical issue, not a moral one, and we will continue to do all we can to save lives.
And that brings us to the end of question period. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I'll just wait for 1 second. I know that people are clearing out a little bit. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 6 petitions. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish everyone have a wonderful weekend.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports. Présentation de rapport. The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Madame la Présidente, j'ai l'honneur.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee on National Defence, entitled Canada's Task Force Mali.
So I would like to express on behalf of the committee our deep gratitude to all members of the Canadian Armed Forces who have served and who are serving with Task Force Mali, and to all peacekeepers and United Nations civilian staff who served and are serving with MINUSMA, the United Nations multidimensional integrated stabilization mission in Mali. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting reports, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Pursuant to the standing order, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 89th report of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee concerning the list of membership, changes of membership to standing and joint committees. With the House's consent, I will be tabling that later this afternoon.
Bravo.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of Private Members' Bill. Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona, seconded by Mr. Ranking, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Enact the Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights and to make related amendments to other acts. The Honourable, this motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to retable the Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights.
While similar measures have been enacted by some of the provinces and territories, no such law has been enacted at the federal level. The bill enacts into federal domestic law international commitments made decades ago by Canada and measures recommended by the Special Rapporteur to the UN Human Rights Council. First, my bill enshrines the right of Canadians to a healthy, ecologically balanced environment. Second, it enshrines the Government of Canada's public trust duty to protect the environment, including legislating and enforcing environmental protection laws. Third, it extends to all Canadians the right to hold their government accountable through access to information, participation in decisions impacting their environment, and standing to seek judicial intervention where those rights are denied. Enactment of this bill has become all the more critical as environmental rights and protections have been eroded and promised reforms not forthcoming.
Bravo. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
This bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Excuse. Quand ce projet de loi sera...
When should this bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I have the House's consent, I move that the 89th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented to the House today, be adopted. Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to move the motion?
Oui, d'accord.
Yes, very well. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Oui, adopté.
Adopted.
Motion, motions. Présentation.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a petition with regard to the anchorages in and around the southern Gulf Islands near my riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. The petitioners note that these anchorages were designated without consultation of coastal communities and residents. They were designated without consideration of First Nation rights and consultation with First Nations, and their use has multiplied several-fold, and numerous vessels are anchored for extended periods of time. They resulted in continuous noise levels that are affecting residents' health, and it is negatively affecting local tourism and the financial health of associated businesses. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the residents who have signed this petition call upon the Government of Canada to take all measures possible to reduce and ultimately eliminate the use of commercial freighter anchorage sites throughout the southern Gulf Islands. Thank you.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise and to table signatures from Canadians across the country who were happy and relieved when our Conservative government got rid of the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry, and then we're saddened and dismayed to see the current government introduce legislation in the form of Bill C-71 that once again targets law-abiding gun owners. And Madam Speaker, these signatures are not just from gun owners. They are from families of hunters, families from people who are using firearms for legitimate purposes in rural areas. Madam Speaker, these signatures are from Canadians right across the country who want gangs and violence and drugs addressed by legislation, not targeting law-abiding firearms owners. Right. So I'm very happy to be able to table these and to be able to continue to fight for the rights of law-abiding firearms owners.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar knows very well that she's to speak to the bill itself and not put her own position forward. The Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am honoured today to table a petition on behalf of constituents from my riding in London West. They call upon the Government of Canada to increase the amount of its childhood cancer research funding to 10%. They show concern towards the fact that childhood cancer is the leading cause of disease-related deaths among Canadian children. The petition contains signatories who have had their lives impacted by childhood cancer. I would like to thank the advocacy of Kim Vandershell, who helped collect these signatures. Hear, hear. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Tabling petitions, the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to table on behalf of the members of my riding of North Island Powell River an important petition here today. I actually have three, but this first one really speaks to what I talked about earlier today in question period about Duncan Moffat. So we have signatures that come from communities like Port McNeill, Sayward, Campbell River, Tassus, Telegraph Cold, Gold River, Port Hardy, Sointula, and Alert Bay. And their concern is expressed to the Minister of Innovation, Science, and Economic Development. What they're asking for is that parts of Highway 19 and 19A are not serviced by cellular phone service. This is an important public safety concern, as it's sometimes necessary to travel over 30 minutes to reach cell phone service area or a landline to contact 911 in case of an accident or a breakdown in need of assistance. The undersigned are requesting that the Government of Canada intervene with the Canadian Radio, Television and Communications Commission and our local service provider TELUS to ensure that there is continuous coverage on the highway to satisfy the need for public safety. Madam Speaker, you can see this is a fairly comprehensive list of people. I also would like to table this petition that's signed from people across Canada that is asking the government to better fund feminist women's organizations. They understand that they want to see women's organizations that have been struggling for decades to keep the lights on and the doors open due to a lack of federal core operating funds. That feminist organizations are the most underfunded in Canada's nonprofit sector, and yet they are the single most effective means of building better lives for women. So these signers ask on the behalf of this government to please take action. And the third and final petition that I have today is a petition to call on the withdrawal of Bill C-27, an act to amend the Pensions Benefit Standards Act. Madam Speaker, I've tabled several of these in this House. The people from my riding are significantly concerned and want to make sure that their benefits are protected and that pensions are protected. So we hope to see this action taken soon. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
More. The honourable member, tabling petitions, the honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to table a petition signed by hundreds of people who visited the body shop at Bayshore Mall in my riding. Madam Speaker, the petitioners are calling upon the House to support Bill S-214 and ban the sale and manufacture of animal-tested cosmetics and their ingredients in Canada. They argue that it is not only cruel, but unnecessary, since alternative tests are less expensive and more effective. I want to thank the body shop and all of those who signed this petition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Speaker, I'm honored to rise and table a petition on behalf of constituents from Port Alberni, Coombs, Nanoose Bay, Parksville, and Qualicum Beach. They're calling on the government to withdraw Bill C-27, an act to amend the Pension Benefit Standards Act. They state that during the 2015 federal election, Canadians were clearly promised in writing that defined benefit plans, which have already been paid for by employees and pensioners, should not be retroactively changed into target benefit plans. So they're calling on the government, Bill C-27 tabled by the Minister of Finance, precisely that it permits this change, thereby jeopardizing the retirement income security of Canadians who have negotiated defined benefit plans as a form of deferred wages. So they're calling on the Government of Canada to withdraw Bill C-27, an act to amend the Benefit Standards Act and protect their pensions.
Tabling petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order papers. On the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Hey, thank you, Madam Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 2192, question 2197, question 2198, question 22022, 2208, question 2212 to 2218, and question 2229. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if a revised response to question 1720, originally tabled on June 14, 2018, and the government's response responses to questions number Q 2193 to 2196, question 2199 to 2201, question 2209 to 2211, question 2219 to 2228, and question 2230 to 2245 to be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for a return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
And finally, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed, and so be ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides.
Resuming debate on the petition regarding the Admirable Mark Norman.
Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General had 4.5 minutes left.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I was stating prior to a question period, the Government of Canada has had no inappropriate involvement in the case in question. Allegations of political interference in the prosecution of the case are absolutely false and without merit. As the Public Prosecution Service of Canada has made clear, and I'm quoting, the PPSC has not sought or received instructions in respect of the prosecution of Mr. Norman from the Privy Council Office or any other government department or body, end quote. The Director of Public Prosecutions, Ms. Kathleen Roussel, went on to say, quote, I am confident that our prosecutors in this and every other case exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan consideration, end quote. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the Sub-Judice Convention exists to protect the parties in a case awaiting or undergoing trial and persons who stand to be affected by the outcome of a judicial inquiry. It's a critical element in maintaining the fairness of the criminal trial process before the court. To protect and maintain fairness, the rule restrains parliamentarians on statements made about ongoing legal proceedings, especially criminal cases, before the courts. For this very important reason, the MPs should refrain from debating issues that are before the courts. In respect of the Vice Admiral's legal expenses, the government's policy on legal assistance and indemnification establishes the framework to provide legal assistance and indemnification to Crown servants, and matters greatly for the protection of the Crown's interest, the fair treatment of its employees, and effective management of an organization. Where an individual makes an application to the government for assistance and indemnification under the policy, the application receives fair consideration and a decision is made, as was the case in respect of the Vice Admiral. For the rest of my time, I'd like to mention once again the question raised several times during this debate.
Madam Speaker, we've heard this repeated over and over again in the context of this debate, also in today's question period. And there's no better encapsulation than the one that was provided by the Honourable Peter Van Loan in this House when he was a member of the previous government on May the 11th of 2015. And what he said was, quote, members are expected to refrain from discussing matters before the courts or under judicial consideration in order to protect those involved in a court action or judicial inquiry against undue influence through the discussion of the case. It is deemed improper for a member in posing a question and improper for a minister in responding to a question to comment on any matter that is before the courts, end quote. That statement and that position invocating the sub judice rule was taken by the previous government on no less than 300 different occasions during the time of the Harper government's government in this country, Madam Speaker. And I think it's important because people need to understand that what is being asked here is to directly intervene. And I would end on this note that I find it highly ironic that in the opposition through this motion, what they're asking us to do is demanding that our government politically interfere in an independent prosecution that is currently ongoing before the Ontario Court of Justice. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Comments? Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, spring has sprung, although it has snowed in Alberta this week once again. The farmers are getting ready to plant their canola seeds in the ground. This has been a bit of an interesting spring, as farmers typically plan these kinds of things for several years in advance, and this time they're sitting there wondering what they should do. Should they plant their canola, or should they plant a different plant this year, given the fact that China, our biggest consumer of the canola product that we produce, has closed its border to it. Now, the thing that we're dealing with is the rule of law right here in Canada. We're dealing with how the government has insisted in putting its fingers into inserting itself into the judicial system on an SNC-Lavalin case. We see that how that has impacts going all the way to China with the Huawei case, because Canada said, oh, we just deal with we deal with the rule of law right here in Canada. We don't interfere. We're seeing that now also when it comes to the Mark Norman cases, that there is some, we suspect that there is some interference. What does the minister have to say about the fact that China has closed its border to our canola seed? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, and I just want to remind that it all has to come together to the actual motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But if you'll indulge me very briefly, I'm very happy that a canola question is actually being raised in the context of at least a debate. Surely we could have more questions about such important, pressing economic and agricultural matters in this country. But the issue in the connection, I think, that the member opposite was trying to make is that rule of law concerns permeate many aspects of what is taking place in this country right now, in respect of the Vice Admiral Norman's trial. And what I would reiterate in response to that question is that the rule of law remains intact. The evidence before the Justice Committee in the SNC-Lavalin matter from the former Attorney General herself underscored that, and the statements of the Director of Public Prosecutions reiterate that. Again, to reiterate, the statement, the quote, is that the PPSC has not sought or received instructions in respect of the prosecution of Mr. Norman from the Privy Council Office or any other government department or body. That statement affirms the fact that the rule of law remains intact, which has implications around the country for various matters, including the canola matter just raised by the member opposite.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Admiral Norman, I'm very concerned if there is interference at Cabinet, the role of Scott Bryce and the role of the Irvings. I believe these are all serious issues, just as serious as the leaks around the Supreme Court appointments that happened in the smear against the member for Vancouver-Granville. We have to respect the rule of law. But I'm also very concerned about this motion today, because as difficult and terrible as the treatment of Vice Admiral Norman is, I believe this should be dealt with by a parliamentary inquiry on these issues. But when we have an ongoing court case, I think it is very, very dangerous for Parliament to attempt to try that trial in real time because of the danger of intervening with the sub judice convention and actually interfering in an ongoing court case. And I think that if we're going to take the issue of the rule of law, we can't just take it when it's beneficial to opposition or beneficial to government. We have to be seen in Parliament standing up for it, whether it's on SNC or on this issue.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member opposite has a lot of experience in this chamber, and I absolutely underscore the comments that he just made. Obviously, we come from different parties, and sometimes we have very strong positions and opposition to one another on different matters. But on this point, he's absolutely correct. The very terms of this motion call for, in subsection B, to provide Norman's defense with all records relating to his prosecution, including but not limited to, and they list a long list of items. That very issue is before the Ontario Court of Justice right now. What the opposition is doing in presenting this motion is effectively trying to subvert and leap over an ongoing judicial process and dictate to a sitting judge in this country what should and should not be disclosed. It is for the judge to make that determination based on the submissions and evidence he receives, and for the judge to make that determination based on the privilege that is sought to be applied. That is what the rule of law means in this country. That is what must be respected by all parliamentarians in this chamber.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I wouldn't want Canadians to be confused by what my honourable colleague is saying. Because ultimately, we on the opposition are asking for the government to comply with the direction that a judge has already made to deliver court-ordered documents. This government is politically interfering by ensuring that those documents do not get to that judge and those lawyers to be heard in that trial, to be given a fair defense. And the second most important thing is that the government has ensured that all of their witnesses have taxpayer-funded, high-powered lawyers, but this is another form of political interference because while Admiral Norman has the right to a taxpayer-paid lawyer, this government has denied him that right, therefore jeopardizing his ability to mount his own defense. So don't be confused, Madam Speaker. This has nothing to do with interfering in the trial. It has to do with this government politically interfering to ensure that we can't have a fair trial.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
So those are a couple of important points, and I think they bear some explanation, and I'm glad that the member opposite raised them. The issue that is before the court right now is, as I've mentioned, a third-party records application. It's for the evidence and documents to support in a preliminary manner what will eventually become the evidentiary base in the trial. That is what's before the court right now. That is what the court is deliberating upon. The member opposite raised the issue of government compliance with court orders. This government, any government in Canada, thankfully, that's what the rule of law means, complies with court orders, and we continue to do so. Secondly, the issue of the government's participation in the process, government Justice Department lawyers are participating equally at the same time as Vice Admiral Norman's lawyers are participating. On the issue of payment of legal expenses, what the member opposite should know is that we are applying a Treasury Board policy that has been in place since, I believe, 2006. That policy was put in place by the previous government, and it's a good policy, and it's a policy that addresses the needs of people who find themselves facing litigation. That's the policy that's being applied and that is being enforced in this case.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
Honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, it's always a pleasure to remind everyone that the Parliamentary Secretary speaks remarkable French. I'd like to thank him and congratulate him. Because he speaks in French, well, that doesn't mean I necessarily agree with what he says. But in his opinion, there was no political interference into Admiral Norman's story. It's up to the court to decide. And that's the whole issue. We would like the whole truth to be elucidated, because everyone has the right to a fair trial. And that means we have to disclose evidence, and that has to be done by the government. And also, it involves allowing such a man to have defense that is paid by the state, and that happens in many other countries. And how come the government is denying this legitimate request? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I appreciate the comments of my colleague. I'm happy to speak French, but what I'd like to say is that we agree that there is a disagreement. We're at the first step, a preliminary step in this case. There are documents involved, and these will be the basis of the evidence that will be seen by the judges in this affair. So we're not at the stage where we're looking at the merit as to whether a person is guilty or not. We're at an important stage, though. What I'd like to underscore in this debate is that we're participating in this process. We're following all the rules and directives of the judge. And what we're not going to do, and what we'll never do, is to intervene politically. We'll never interfere to diminish the independence of our judiciary and to diminish the interference system.
Manner to disturb the independence of the public prosecution process. And what I will return to is the exact statement made by Madame Kathleen Roussel, the very head of the Public Prosecution Service, who has said, "We've not sought or received instructions in respect of the prosecution of Mr. Norman from the PCO or any other government department or body." That is a good thing, Madam Speaker, and that is exactly what we want to remain the case in this case. Merci.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for North Island Power River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'm here to speak to the Conservative motion. The issue before us is a serious one, and the last several weeks in Parliament have been ones of great conflict and serious debate about the ethical behaviour Canadians want to see in the people who represent them. In the midst of this drama and concern, the lives of the people of this country continue, and the struggles they face at times make it very hard to have time for the space to consider these serious issues, brought here before the Justice Committee, the House, and before all Canadians. In reflection of these realities, I would like to take a personal moment, Madam Speaker, to recognize the fact that life happens outside of politics. I was sadly reminded of this on February the 11th of this year when my brother Darius William Moll died suddenly and unexpectedly of a massive heart attack. In those few weeks after his passing, the busy life that I live, filled with working in my riding and making sure that that voice is heard loud and clear here in this place, was paused. Yesterday, my brother would have been 39. It was a sad day for my family, and I want to recognize them, as I believe we should all recognize the people who love us, as we ask them repeatedly to let us come to this place and do the important work that we do here, rather than being with them through these difficult times. My brother was a hardworking man. He has left a huge hole in the world with his passing, and it is very hard to adjust. My brother was a powerful singer, a man who turned friends into family, and the middle brother of 5 siblings. I am very grateful to my many constituents who sent cards and messages of condolences during that time. It is moments like this that we remember we are people. We do not know how much time we or our loved ones have in this world, and the people that we love are so very precious. As we are here doing the work that we must, I hope we all remember to appreciate those people who mean so very much to us. I have been sadly reminded of this with the loss of a very beloved brother. But today, we are here to speak on the case of Vice Admiral Mark Norman. I am personally deeply concerned about the allegations that have been put forward about the Prime Minister and the Privy Council Office of influencing federal prosecutors in the case of Vice Admiral Mark Norman. While these allegations are unproven, it is troubling given the other case of alleged interference from the Prime Minister's office in the case of SNC Lavalin. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I believe that all of us here have been told that one politician is much like another. The level of cynicism in the world and in Canada concerns me greatly. I believe that the people of this country want us to focus on the issues that matter most to them. The Government of Canada has the important duty of spending tax dollars in a responsible way, looking at opportunities that will benefit the people of this country, closing the gaps that leave too many far, far behind, and having the institutions of Canada operate without any political interference. When I speak with my constituents, they want to feel like their political representatives have their back. I find that even disagreement is okay if I take the time to learn and to understand. In my riding of North Island Powell River, many are worried about the environment. Today in Campbell River, local high schools are planning to strike in protest of the lack of action on climate change. It is very important to listen to young people. I remember the late Elder Ellen White telling me that young people had the energy and were quicker to see injustice. This made their voices extremely valuable, and I think we've seen that in this House most recently. I certainly hope that all of us here remember to listen to them. I also hear from veterans who feel betrayed after many years of that experience with the former government. It is very exasperating for them to have to continue to fight for the very basic of supports. And affordability continues to be a very significant issue. In my riding, people are not sure how they will afford the most basic of necessities, like the cost of housing and medication, as they continue to increase. Waiting for these issues to be addressed creates cynicism, and when the reality that the former Minister of Justice has brought to our attention is replayed in the media, reasonably, Canadians are concerned. Now we look at this motion before us today, and we have heard that the lawyers of Vice Admiral Mark Norman say that the Crown prosecutors have been politically influenced by lawyers from the Privy Council's office. With questions around the questions around that have arose from the actions of the former Privy Council clerk and the Prime Minister, this is something that Canadians deserve to know more about. This is exactly why New Democrats continue to insist on a public inquiry. In an article in the Huffington Post regarding Vice Admiral Norman on February the 11th, 2019, it said, and I quote, Vice Admiral Mark Norman's legal team has raised questions about the independence of federal prosecutors after the Crown and lawyers from the department that supports Prime Minister spoke several times last year about trial strategy. For the people across Canada who are working several jobs to make enough to pay for a loved one's medication, or a person who is at risk of homelessness, this sounds like something so far from their everyday life. And they have asked me, why should I worry about this? Well, Madam Speaker, it is important because it speaks to the strength of our systems. It speaks to the ability of the Prime Minister's office to politically interfere in the systems that we have to put our faith in. Vice Admiral Norman's lawyers have made it clear that the Privy Council office supports the Prime Minister and executes what the Prime Minister's office wants. Therefore, Crown attorneys should not have discussed trial strategy with them, as it is seen as influence on Crown attorneys that should be independent of politics. Even the consideration that Crown attorneys are being put in the position of any political interference is something we should all be disturbed by. I will state here again that allegations have not been proven in court. I respect that, and the fact that the allegations include the Prime Minister's office inappropriately bypassing the Office of the Attorney General and dealing directly with the Public Prosecution Service of Canada are ones that in the current political climate only worry me more. Today we have a motion before us, and the member of Milton has asked that given the recent allegations of political interference against the Prime Minister, and given that Canadians reject the Prime Minister's excuse for his actions as simply routine government business, the House call on the government to show respect for the rule of law, and immediately. These are requests that must be considered carefully, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that the members on the government side are considering heavily what has happened in this case and in the case we have most recently heard so much about. Madam Speaker, I have the deep honor of representing the people of the former Attorney General, the Weewakai, the Weewakam communities of the Lakota speaking people. The member of Vancouver Granville has often introduced me as her mother's Member of Parliament, something that I continue to be very honored to be. It was in a community that I represent that the former Minister of Justice came for a traditional ceremony in the Big House, a ceremony of honoring, and as one elder said to me, we are wrapping her up in our love. In this place, there is not, sadly, a deep understanding of the words that the former minister spoke to the Justice Committee. She said, and I quote, I was taught to always be careful what you say because you cannot take it back. I was taught to always hold true to your core values and principles and to act with integrity. These are the teachings of my parents, my grandparents, and my community. I come from a long line of matriarchs, and I am a truth teller in accordance with the laws and traditions of our Big House. This is who I am, and this is who I always will be, end quote. I believe, Speaker, that these words will be written in history books. When I heard them spoken, I was moved because I could feel what she was telling people, something that so few were able to understand. For me, this was a statement of fact, of identity. Identity in the sense of she knows where she comes from, the matriarchs who have worked hard for several generations to put her in the place that she is today. That is dedication and a responsibility that one does not take lightly, because those generations are watching and they gave up so very much. I believe the member has fulfilled this responsibly, and I am very proud to know her and her family. To trust the institutions that oversee the justice of our country, Canadians need to know that the political interference is something that those institutions are simply not exposed to. And we all know right now, we know this because of the people we hear from our ridings, because of the people who are responding to different articles across this country, that right now, right here in this country, there is significant doubt. In January of 2017, Vice Admiral Norman was suspended from his role as the military's second-in-command. Last March, he was charged with 1 count of breach of trust. It has been alleged that he was leaking government secrets on a shipbuilding deal. This is a serious charge. In the 41st Parliament, New Democrats supported the national shipbuilding strategy. In fact, all parties did. I recently spent the day in Port McNeill, a beautiful community in my riding, with the Canadian Navy. Commodore Topshee brought several ships to visit the community and do the important work of outreach. It is moments like this, Madam Speaker, that it is easy to be proud of the Canadian Armed Forces. The trip I had on an Orca patrol craft was amazing. This experience showed me, again, the high level of skill and dedication those men and women in uniform have. I was very impressed. Although on that trip, I did not speak to anyone about the shipbuilding strategy, I was reminded of a comment I heard from someone about the continuous reduction of support that we have seen in this country to the military over the last 20 years. As this constituent said to me, the military has become very efficient. At some point, it is impossible to become more so. At some point, you just need more resources to get the job done. I hope that in the context of this conversation, we are all mindful of this, especially as we face the realities of climate change. Our Canadian Armed Forces are some of the most concerned about these issues, and I've heard those worries expressed at the National Defence Committee. It is also the Canadian Armed Forces who are trained to protect us, and in the case of natural disasters, it is important, Madam Speaker, that they have the proper resources to do the jobs they are asked to do. Returning to the Vice Admiral, who has denied all wrongdoing, and his trial is scheduled to begin in August. When we look at this case before us, these are serious conversations that we need to be having, and Canadians are having them across this country. Madam Speaker, the Liberals are currently facing now 2 allegations of influencing Crown attorneys, which are supposed to be independent of political interference. If these allegations are proven true, it calls into question the impartiality of the Crown attorneys and will throw the Office of Public Prosecution Service of Canada into disrepute. Madam Speaker, this is certainly not something that I want to see happen. Yet when I look at the history of our Canadian Armed Forces, we have seen so many things go awry. Successive governments continuing to play politics with the lives of the men and women who serve our country. When it comes to the current government, they promised a new fighter jet, one with an open and fair competition, and they have failed to deliver. Instead, the competition is delayed until after the next election, and the plan is to buy used Australian jets that has been discussed. As the member representing Comox 19 Wing, this is something that I've had to share my alarm about and have done so in communicating that concern to the Minister of National Defence. Madam Speaker, I see the hardworking people in the 19 Wing in my riding. I appreciate their dedication to the community and the amazing work that they do. I think it is very important that at no point we put them at risk by not getting them the proper equipment that they so desperately need. And I just have to say again, it is unfortunate that they have had to wait so long. During the last election, the Liberals promised a return to peacekeeping for Canada, but they have so far considerably underdelivered on that promise. The RCN needs ships now to meet domestic security requirements and international obligations. Any delay or changes to the national shipbuilding strategy will result in lost jobs for Canadians and a further capability gap in the Navy. And that is something that we just cannot have. I remember the Canadian Navy coming to speak to the Defence Committee and talking about the challenges they were facing in providing safety and support to the Arctic region of this country. You know, unfortunately, some people think that the ice is gone and tourists are going up with boats that are simply not going to do the job, and they are put in very risky and unsafe situations. We need to make sure that the Royal Canadian Navy has the resources that it needs to address these issues. Sadly, this has been the reality of our armed forces for far too long, doing their very best with the limited resources they have. The last Conservative government led to 10 years of drastic cutbacks across all of the Canadian Armed Forces. And the fact is that government failed to get the procurement underway for all branches of the Canadian Armed Forces, and the current capability gaps are a direct result of a decade of inaction that has been followed up by another over 3 years of inaction. This is disappointing in this country. Like so many Canadians, the Canadian Armed Forces are just being asked to wait. Just continue to wait a little bit longer, and that is simply not okay. I will continue to do my work to change this. Madam Speaker, I will be supporting this motion. In the face of the many allegations, there is a sense of disquiet in Canada. Releasing information for the lawyers of Vice Admiral Norman is appropriate. Having the Prime Minister's office and the Privy Council office keep out of any so-called trial strategy is again only appropriate. What Canadians want to see is transparency. They want to see accountability. They want to believe that the institutions here in this place are sacred and held sacred and not full of political interference. Sometimes it is just time to accept what is before you, and I certainly hope that this government will do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for, I know it's, I just said it a while ago too, Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my honourable colleague for her impressive speech on this very important matter. And I had the privilege of working with her on the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and her commitment to our Canadian forces, as well as the rule of law, is something that we should all aspire to in this place. On the important conversation that we're having today about Admiral Norman's trial and whether or not he is in a position to get a fair trial based on the obstruction, obfuscation, and interference that this government is putting forward. I wonder if she could take it to perhaps a broader perspective and give us some thoughts on whether or not we as Canadians should be concerned about the strong message that this sends, a strong negative message that this type of behavior from the government sends to anyone who would stand up for the rule of law, for anyone who would put their neck out to do what's right for God, Queen, and country, because if they do, they will find themselves destroyed. Could she perhaps comment on that?
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her question, and I too appreciated our time together working for the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. I was very honored when she represented our country so well in multiple events, and I was actually very sad to see such a dedicated person no longer be able to keep her position and her role within the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. You know, I think today and across Canada, we're seeing a lot of people who are expressing a lot of frustration, a lot of cynicism. I talked earlier in my speech about the realities of so many people across our country that are dealing with things as basic as, you know, trying to find a place to live, trying to find appropriate childcare, and worried about if they're going to be able to keep their job if they cannot find that childcare. These things are really important to people, finding a home, having enough money to afford your medication. And when this kind of behavior is seen as what's important in this place. When we see brave women stand up on principle and say how they feel, and it's very apparent based on testimony that we've heard from the former Attorney General that there was multiple opportunities for a better conversation and a more honest conversation that simply did not happen. So Canadians are struggling. Like I said, they want to know that their institutions are fair. They want to know that political interference isn't part of those institutions. When they're just dealing every day with getting by, making ends meet, they want to know that if something occurs and they're dealing with those institutions, that they will not be in a place of discomfort because of that political interference. So I hope that this is part of our discussion today. I hope that there's a reflection of all of us in this House about what our work is to make sure that we're as honest and open as we possibly can be, and that when accusations come forward, we make sure to make those things public. That is exactly why we ask for a public inquiry.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I did want to pick up on my colleagues' thoughts in regards to the current status of the Canadian forces and the equipment and the capacity-related issues. Ultimately, it's been pointed out we have a very much an active court process that's taking place today. And I'm thinking upon reflection on the motion itself that we're debating, that given that it is an active court process, that maybe we could be spending more time talking about what it is that she's referenced, and that is ensuring that we have the capacity in the many different areas of our Canadian forces, because it goes even beyond ships to our Air Force, to having the proper military equipment for the Canadian forces. And this is something in which I think the Chamber could have more debate and dialogue on, because it is supporting our women and men of the forces. And just her thoughts on that particular issue.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Paula River.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the question. I think it's also important to remind that side that they're actually in the role of government. And one of the things that has been really frustrating for many people in the Canadian Armed Forces is that aspect that I talked about of waiting. We know the process is long. When we look at the procurement process for our armed forces, that is a long process that takes up a lot of time. If there's a change in government, that suddenly gets changed for them, and the resources that they need have now stepped back up to several more years. And unfortunately, what we've seen in this government is a lot of talk and not a lot of action. And our armed forces are waiting for those. You know, I again will talk about the 19 Wing and COMOX that I am so incredibly proud to represent. You know, the work that they do, especially in areas like search and rescue, it's incredibly important. It saves lives. The training that they do internationally, the work that they do, I know several of the members have been over to Mali that come from my riding doing hard, incredible work. They need the resources to do that safely. Waiting and waiting and waiting for the discussions to happen and the action to not follow through is very distressing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, my riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford is situated very close to CFB Esquimalt, Canada's Pacific Naval Base. I know a lot of my residents either work there directly and we also have a lot of retired veterans. So I'd like to thank my colleague for her advocacy, because the Navy does have some very deep structural needs, and I'm glad that she mentioned that in her speech. I also want to thank her for putting this motion within the context of what has happened with SNC Lavalin and the former Attorney General, because, you know, the Liberals say that, well, nothing went wrong, the system held, but they're completely oblivious to the irony that the system held precisely because the member for Vancouver Granville, in her former role as Attorney General, actually resisted the inappropriate pressure. That is why the system held. And I have a lot of people starting to really become interested in this principle of prosecutorial independence and what it really means and how fundamentally important it is to our system, to our democracy, that prosecutors, when discharging their role, must be completely free of all political considerations, of any consideration of the national economic interest. They must be able to look at the facts before them, use their constitutional responsibility, and make the appropriate decision on how to proceed. It might involve a deferred prosecution agreement. It might involve going to a criminal trial. But the prosecutor alone must make that case. And so my question, Madam Speaker, to my honourable colleague is, if SNC-Lavalin had been successful in lobbying for a DPA, just how dangerous of a precedent that would have established for this country if the awesome corporate lobbying power displayed by SNC-Lavalin had been able to achieve a DPA, what that might have provided as a slippery slope going forward to our country.
The honourable member for North Island Powder River.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank very much the member, my colleague, for this important question. And I think that's the story that many Canadians are left with, this strong impression that the former Justice Minister stood in the face of a large machine with a lot of pressure and worked her best to make sure that that machine understood the risk that it was taking by putting that immense pressure on her position. And when you look at what that means, it's sort of a David and Goliath story. And the bravery of someone to stand in that and not be moved, to not be moved. Madam Speaker, I've heard multiple constituents talk about their concerns on both sides. And I've obviously heard very clearly from some people that they are very upset that there was a recording of a phone call. And what I've said to my constituents is this: I don't know what I would have done in that situation. I don't know what I would have done when I had a very big, powerful machine focused at me. I don't know how I would have responded, but all I can say is I trust that this felt like the best opportunity for her to make sure that that voice was heard. And what do you do when you want to make sure that your government is doing the right thing and that those very institutions are the foundations of our country? They must not have political interference. If they do not, that means that all bets are off. And we are suddenly in a situation where the most vulnerable Canadians will be even more vulnerable, and the most powerful few will have way too much power for any place in this country. So I am proud to stand with the former Attorney General, because when you stand up and you speak to power, you create a safer place for everyone.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Charlotte-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I spent 22 years in the Canadian Armed Forces. Like the Minister of Defence and other members across the way. The member for Orleans was actually in the Army as well. So from 2003 to 2007, when I was in the infantry, I would go to brigade meetings, and sometimes decisions had to be made. They weren't always easy decisions, because when you're a soldier, you depend on the government. Soldiers are not civil servants. They're soldiers, but their direct boss is still the federal government. And sometimes there are situations where, because we reported to the government, we had to find a way to say to the troops, listen, we don't know what they're going to do. We don't know what's happening with the equipment. We need to wait for the minister's decision. And those decisions have a major impact on soldiers all the way up and down the ranks. My colleague, the member for Orleans, knows well because he worked in the Army. He went through the transformation of the Army. He knows the challenges, and I've read his report. Now, in this situation with Vice Admiral Norman, who was the commander of the Navy at the time, you have to understand the way that a senior officer like Norman would think, or like anyone in his position would think. Soldiers, officers, people who are responsible for other people in the army need to ensure that they carry out the government's orders, but they also need to ensure that everyone has what they need to do their jobs. Now, here's an example. When we went to Afghanistan in 2003, we showed up with green combat uniforms, and we looked like a little row of evergreen trees standing out on the plains of Afghanistan. It was ridiculous. Now, in that type of situation, that has an impact on people. Now, soldiers are proud to wear the uniform, to be deployed, to serve their country, but they don't want to be laughed at. Vice Admiral Norman was in a situation where there was a serious problem in the Navy. In 2014, the two resupply ships, the Preserver and the Protector, were facing some issues. There were issues with the hull, and so they ended up with a Royal Canadian Navy that didn't have any resupply ships because they were both out of commission, and that was totally unacceptable. In the interim, they rented a boat, but then the Davie shipyard in Quebec, working with the federal fleet, came up with a solution to have a resupply ship by taking a civil ship and transforming it for a military purpose, and this was the Astérix. The contract had already been given to C-SPAN in Vancouver, but, well, it's been 6-7 years now, I think, and they're only just starting on them. So it was a very urgent situation. They urgently needed effective equipment that was affordable. I mean, of course, it's very expensive, but still affordable for a ship of that size, and Asterix did have an affordable price tag. Then Federal Fleet showed up and proposed to the Conservative government that they use the Astérix. In July 2015, former Prime Minister Harper, through the Minister of Defense at the time, made a decision and said, we're going to go with Astérix. Davie is the best option to meet our operational needs. And the word operational is a word that I've come to understand that people don't really understand what it means. Being operational is not a concept that everyone gets. So in 2015, in July, Conservative government signed off and they told Davie and Federal Fleet, let's go. Then, as everyone knows, there was an election on October 19th, 2015, and a new government. And that's when the problem started. Astérix, which had been a civil ship, had already been sent to the Davie shipyard, and so everyone was waiting for something to happen. At a certain point, we realized, this was in November, that inside the cabinet room, people wanted to cancel that. There was pressure. There were people working within the cabinet. There were ministers saying, we need to cancel this contract. We don't want the Davie to get this contract. It makes me laugh today when people answer my questions, when the parliamentary secretary says, oh, we're so proud to give contracts to the Davie, we're giving jobs to the Davie shipyard, but that's completely false. First of all, we're the ones who accorded that contract, first of all, and then they did everything in their power to cancel it. We knew that they were messing around with the contracts. We knew that there was pressure. We raised this issue publicly. We got media coverage. We put pressure on the government. And at the very last minute, on November 20th, 2015, the government reluctantly signed the contract. But they weren't happy about doing it. A few months later, somebody needed to take the fall. Take the fall for what? Well, they needed somebody to take the fall for having said this government is messing around and trying to cancel a super important operational contract for the Navy. A contract that would provide an effective solution for a resupply ship and to allow people to be operational. Someone who worked for the Navy, someone who spent their career in the Navy. Doesn't think like a politician. They're thinking about the interests of the Navy and about operational requirements. Like I said, the word operational is a word that not all politicians can get through their heads. As soon as people are deployed, particularly in the Navy, you need effective equipment. You cannot afford to do things by half measures. So, the government is looking for someone to punish, someone to take the fall. Someone that they can say, it's his fault that the contract got canceled. Because the Conservatives found out about it, and then the media did, and then all Canadians found out that they were trying to cancel the contract. The Liberals are accused of having put inappropriate pressure on the former Attorney General for SNC-Lavalin, and they've always said, you know, it doesn't matter what we did because we were trying to protect jobs. But on the other hand, in 2015, there was an operational request sent out by the Conservatives. There was a great ship being built in a shipyard in Quebec. There were 1,000 people, 1,000 workers who were ready to get to work on the Astérix. And just so that they could please their friends in the industry, the government didn't do that. You know, I'm not going to name who their friends are, but everybody knows. So that's why they tried to cancel that contract. And in the process, they essentially they were going to eliminate 1,000 jobs at the Davie shipyard. So on the one hand, you've got your friends putting pressure on you from SNC-Lavalin, and they're like, oh, well, jobs are important. Even though, in the end, it really didn't have an impact. But then on the other hand, you have a big company from Quebec, an extraordinary shipyard, 1,000 jobs. Well, that's not important. They were going to cancel that contract in order to please their other friends. So, there's one issue that the government didn't care about at all. And then the whole notion of being operational wasn't something that mattered to them either. They always say, oh, we're going to stand up for men and women in uniform, blah, blah, blah. But I can tell you that for the last 3.5 years since I've been here, they've been saying nothing but nonsense. I honestly think that the minister wanted to do a good job. I think that he had this overhaul of the defense policy. I think that he personally, as a former soldier, had good intentions. But there were people around him who said, okay, thanks, that's a great document. Now we're going to shove it in the back of a drawer and forget about it. That's what we've seen in all of the procurement contracts for the military. Nothing's moving. These supposed investments are not being made. The JETS contract is being pushed off into the future because they just don't want to deal with it. So for me, Admiral Norman is someone who is being made to pay the price, a huge price, for this. This is his reputation. He's had a very long career in the Navy. He had worked his way up and been promoted all the way up to Vice Admiral. He probably would have been the next top guy in the Navy. He would have been leading the Navy, but no. The Liberals decided to take him and throw him under the bus. Are you going to cut me off, Madam Speaker? No? How much time do I have left? Oh, okay. I'm basically done here. Okay. Well, listen, just to wrap up, Madam Speaker, what I'm asking for is that this government should be honest for once. They should provide all of the documents that have been requested by Norman's lawyers so that he can defend himself properly and so that they can stop playing these political games. Thank you. It being 1:15 p.m., it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to dispense with all questions necessary for dealing with the business of supply.
As follows. Ms. Bergen, seconded by Mr. Broussard, moved that given the recent allegations of political interference against the Prime Minister and given that Canadians reject the Prime Minister's excuse for his actions as simply routine government business, the House call on the government to show respect for the rule of law and immediately. Shall I dispense?
Yes.
No. De se conformer.
A. Comply with the letter and spirit of all court orders and requests in relation to the trial of Vice Admiral Mark Norman.
B, to provide Vice Admiral Mark Norman's defense with all records relating to his prosecution, including but not limited to memos, letters, emails, pin-to-pin messages, SMS messages, and handwritten notes, including records that exist on personal electronic devices. And C, require all current and former cabinet ministers and their respective political staff and employees of the Privy Council office since November 2015 to sign an affidavit affirming that no evidence or records related to the prosecution of Vice Admiral Mark Norman have been destroyed and that they have personally complied with all relevant court orders. A, D.
And D, to indemnify Vice Admiral Mark Norman and provide legal assistance within 30 days of the adoption of this motion for any invoices that are in arrears and within 30 days of the invoice date for any subsequent invoices.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
Yes.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent.
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis,
in my opinion, the nays have it.
Pursuant to standing order, in my opinions, in my opinions, the yeas have it. So pursuant to standing order 45, the division stands deferred until Monday, April 8th, 2019 at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. Orders of the day. C'est ça? Oh, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I would suggest that if you were to canvass the House, you would find it unanimous consent to call it 1:30 at this time so we could begin private members' hour.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 1:30? Yes? And so ordered? Comme il est 13h.
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Affaires émanant des députés, reprise de...
Private members' bills, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-278, Foreign Lobbyist Transparency Act, standing in the name of Ms. Gallant.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, it's such an honor to rise on such an important discussion as lobbying. Certainly with all the inappropriate lobbying done by SNC-Lavalin, I would like to think that my colleagues in the Conservative Party would come forward with a really strong bill to deal with the power of lobbyists. But this bill is about going after grassroots people who dare oppose government policy. You know, if I read this bill as being something that was proposed in Saudi Arabia, I wouldn't be all that surprised. But to see the Conservatives so angry about the right of ordinary citizens to talk to international organizations about fundamental issues like human rights and environment, if it opposes government policy, that all their communication has to be registered. You know, I certainly remember when Stephen Harper was here and his attack on charities across Canada, like attacks against Amnesty International. Like, yeah, Saudi Arabia might attack Amnesty International. Why would Canada? Well, Stephen Harper saw them as a threat. One of the other charities they went after was PEN. Now, PEN technically is a very small charity, but it represents writers around the world who speak up for the right of dissent and imprisoned writers around the world. And it's so powerful is the moral effect of PEN that the Conservatives line up with their evening gowns and tuxedos to be at the PEN Gala event while the Stephen Harper government was targeting them to try and shut them down. So what is this bill, Madam Speaker? Well, this bill is specifically tailored to stop citizen engagement in taking on potential projects that could affect the environment. It's so specific. It says lobbyists, you know, these foreign, any international organization, anybody doing environmental work must identify, quote, grassroots communication, which is defined as appeals to organizations or the public, which are intended to encourage recipients to, quote, obstruct, delay, or otherwise negatively affect government policy. Wow. Welcome to Canada. Here we have it, that if you attempt to involve and work with any international organization to speak up on policies that the government doesn't approve of, that you could be illegally covered under the Lobbying Act. The Lobbying Act, by the way, which is supposed to cover people like, remember Arthur Porter? Arthur Porter, international criminal who was involved in the SNC-Lavalin kickbacks, and Stephen Harper appointed Arthur Porter to the top of the Securities Oversight Committee, because that's how powerful Arthur Porter was with Stephen Harper. Now, of course, Arthur Porter ended up in a Panamanian jail, but good enough to go to jail, good enough to have all the secrets of the Canadian state. Now, I would think that that's something that we would involve in the lobbying, but no, what they want to go after is they want to go after grassroots people. Now, Madam Speaker, I came into politics taking on massive and environmentally threatening companies that were brought into Ontario by this Mike Harris government. And we were rural people, we were farm families, we were Indigenous communities, and everything that the Harris government did was to limit our ability to even talk about the health effects of detrimental projects in our region. For example, a small company called TCI came into our region to do what they claimed was local recycling of PCB products in local mines, and it seemed like a great idea. They talked about cleanup. And, you know, we have many old mills, many mines. TCI said that they would do that. Then we found an article in a U.S. military paper, a very small article, that there was a ship called the Wanhei that was carrying 90,000 kilos of PCB contaminated materials, and it was headed to a facility run by this company, TCI. Now, TCI was an American company. You always wonder why they came up to Canada. It was because under American law, it was illegal for the Americans to re-import all the damage of the PCBs that were caused by American bases in the Pacific. So we began to ask, are they attempting to bring PCBs into Canada? Because they didn't have a license for it. They didn't have a license for the Canadian government. They didn't have a license for it from the Ontario government. But this ship was carrying 90,000 kilos that was destined for Vancouver Harbor. And we were a small rural region. And so what did we do? How did we deal with international PCB travel? Well, we had to call the Basel Action Network, an international organization, which, my God, Stephen Harper would have just railed about them, an international organization that ensures that countries respect the rule of law on PCB exports. Because what you have, Madam Speaker, is the creation of sacrifice zones, where very wealthy companies or very wealthy countries identify poor regions to dump waste. So we counted on the Basel Action Network out of Seattle. We were looking also for anyone who could tell us about the effects of PCBs and how to stop these imports. And of course, Greenpeace had a long history of that. Now, Greenpeace is the devil incarnate to the Conservatives, but to our rural farmers, we called out to them. And we worked internationally to stop the Wanhei. The Wanhei was denied access in Vancouver Harbor by the longshoremen, by the accents of Greenpeace. And then they moved to Seattle. They tried to move it into Seattle, where the Teamsters stopped it. Then they shipped it back to Guam. And we were able to stop that toxic waste from coming into Northern Ontario because of those connections that we made. And then, of course, it didn't stop there. We dealt with the Mario Cortellucci gang and the Adams mine dump. Now Mario's back, his best buddies with Doug Ford, attempting to build a massive garbage dump, shutting down public consultation of farmers and First Nations and the miners who all stood together against that project. And then they tried to bring in what was called the Bennett Toxic Waste Incinerator, to bring in toxic waste from Mexico and the United States. And they always tell you when you come from rural Canada, my God, this is such a great project. You know, we're going to bring waste from across North America and give you jobs. Well, if it's such a great business opportunity, why didn't Bennett set it up in Oakville where their company's centered? Well, they didn't set it up in Oakville because, again, they're looking for sacrifice zones, the ability to target poor, rural, marginalized, or Indigenous communities with toxic waste. So we had to do a major crash course in the effects of these incinerators, which of course they call them state-of-the-art thermal oxidizers, which was basically a burn can with a claptrap on top that spilled dioxins out. Well, we didn't know the effects of dioxins, and we had a massive dairy business region right beside this. If dioxin gets anywhere near milk, the dairy industry is done. And we saw that happen in France and Belgium with these bad incinerators. So who did we reach out to? Well, we had to reach out to international experts, like Dr. Neil Carman, who came up from Texas, Dr. Paul Canot, who came up from the United States, who worked with our local organizations and local farm. I remember meetings where local farm women sat down and went through the EA line by line by line and learned this bogus science of toxic waste incineration and learned how to challenge the environmental assessment against very, very powerful companies, against a government that was committed to making this go through. And it was possible because we were able to work with international organizations. And these international organizations and these grassroots people are the direct target of a bill that wants to criminalize dissent, to make any efforts to stand up for the environment, any efforts to stop this kind of, whether it's toxic waste or the Trans Mountain Pipeline going through Indigenous territory, to deny the rights of citizens to have public input. That's what the Harper government didn't get. That's why they never got a pipeline. Because to get a pipeline, you have to have social license. And the National Energy Board was little more than a bunch of hand puppets for the oil industry, and they limited public consultation again and again and again. And lo and behold, the courts ruled this was a bogus process because you need fair, open, public consultation. The bigger the risk, the bigger the obligation. So this bill to criminalize the rights of citizens, to organize, to work with international organizations on bettering the planet, Madam Speaker, it is fundamentally wrong, and it goes right to the rot that exists in the Conservative Party, which is to protect their big buddies and not to stand up for grassroots people.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Haliburton-Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Bravo, bravo. Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-278, an act to amend the Lobbying Act, specifically reporting obligations. Canadians have a right, Speaker, to know when foreign entities are trying to influence federally elected officials. And now the intent of this bill is to require the sources of any foreign funding received by lobbyists and grassroots organizations to be reported in the lobbyist registrar, to provide Canadians with greater transparency about who is actually lobbying their politicians. This bill aims to make two changes to that current law. The First Amendment requires all corporations and organizations that lobby the government to disclose all funds received from foreign nationals, non-resident corporations, and non-resident organizations. Lobbyists would then need to disclose the original foreign source of their funding rather than hiding behind layers of shell companies or chain of charities and foundations. The Second Amendment expands the types of activities that lobbyists must report, specifically any activities that appeal to the public directly or through mass media to try to persuade them to communicate directly with a public office holder to influence their opinion. Reporting any grassroots communications, I say grassroots loosely, funded by foreign actors that impacts the government's abilities to consult the Canadian public on a specific course of action allows the Canadian public to assess for themselves the motive of these actors. The bill does not restrict or prohibit any group from seeking foreign funding, nor restrict or prohibit their right to protest. It simply requires that organizations that want to participate in our democracy be honest and transparent. It provides transparency to Canadians and allows them to draw their own conclusions from that clarity. My colleague from Renfrew, Nipissing Pembroke, should be commended not only on a well thought out and important bill that strengthens democracy in this country, but also on her patience. Nearly 3 years ago, Speaker, the Foreign Lobbyist Transparency Act was introduced and received first reading. In that time, the Liberal government bought a $4.5 billion pipeline nobody wanted to sell, and now we can't even build. This government, the Liberal government, killed Energy East, a $12 billion pipeline that would have brought economic prosperity to New Brunswick and other provinces right across the country. This government killed Northern Gateway, an $8 billion project that would have seen Alberta oil get to lucrative markets in Asia to the benefit of all Canadians. The energy sector has lost about $100 billion in potential investment. That is equivalent to 4.5% of Canada's gross domestic product. Capital investment in the mining sector has fallen every year this government has been empowered.
Shameful.
The value of total mining projects planned under construction from 2018 to 2028 has been reduced by 55% since 2014, from $160 billion to $72 billion. We've seen C-69, the No More Pipelines bill, and C-48, the anti-tanker bill that doesn't actually stop tankers, just Canadian tankers, pass this House. The policies of this Liberal government has doomed the Canadian natural resources sector. While this bill has floundered in the House, a lot of time has passed for lobbyists to influence this government's policy decisions. We must have robust lobbyist regulations in place so Canadians can have a clear picture of who is attempting to influence whom. But when it comes to foreign entities' manipulation of domestic policy, the picture is not so clear. A CBC report in mid-February analyzed more than 21,000 tweets from so-called troll accounts deleted by Twitter that had their sights set on Canada, including the pipeline debate. The report found 245 accounts retweeting messages about the pipeline and circulating media articles and retweets from accounts from anti-oil activists.
Shameful.
According to the report, the foreign accounts are suspected of being based in Russia, Iran, and Venezuela. It should come as no surprise that these three countries, produce large amounts of oil. Russia and Iran are second and third respectively in global oil exports. The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources was questioned by media about this foreign attack on Canada's oil and gas sector, and he had this to say, and I quote, "It's always concerning when you have people from outside of your country trying to influence the decision-making. There is a legitimate way of doing that, and that's through diplomacy and other venues and avenues. And misinformation and information that is not based on facts is never healthy for any democratic process to take place." I couldn't agree more, Speaker, and while this incident might not get caught up in this legislation, it is a symptom of the cold. By having in place a stronger, healthier act governing lobbying activity in this country, we can inoculate ourselves better against all forms of foreign influence in our political decision-making process. We are all aware of the work of Vivian Krause, who has been researching the oil sands for nearly a decade and believes there is a concerted push against Canadian oil funded by U.S. interests to keep Alberta oil chained to U.S. markets. Over the past 10 years, nearly $90 million in foreign funding, according to Krause, has gone into this endeavor. Now, whether you believe that American philanthropists are behind the scheme to keep Canadian oil in the ground, whether you believe it's American industrialists ensuring low prices by restricting access to international markets, or whether you believe the whole thing is just a conspiracy theory. Regardless of what you believe, the fact remains that the amendments in this bill will illuminate the matter and provide a clear picture for Canadians to judge for themselves as to what is really going on. And that is what this bill is all about. It's giving powers to Canadians to judge for themselves. Almost 2/3 of Canadians have identified oil and gas as one of the most critical economic sectors to the entire country. 69% of Canadians say the country will face a considerable or significant economic impact if no new oil pipelines are built. 52% support both the Trans Mountain and now cancelled Energy East project being constructed, while 19% oppose both. Are these opinions influenced by subversive or pro or anti-oil, or are they based on clear economic, scientific, and environmental facts? There are divisions, for sure, and alternative opinions are important in the policy-making process. But it's Canadians' opinions that need to shape Canadian policy, not foreign entities with their own political and economic agendas. Earlier in the debate on January 31st, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands raised the question. If there was any concern, I believe her words were disturbed, that the Fraser Institute has received more foreign funding to defend pipelines than environmental groups had received from the U.S. to attack Canadian pipelines. And yes, I believe everyone in this House should be concerned when anyone is receiving foreign funds to influence Canadian policy. But I believe it's far more important, in fact, our duty here in this place, to rather be influenced by the 69% of Canadians who are worried about the significant economic impact of no new oil pipelines being built, or the 52% for and 19% opposed to the construction of Trans Mountain and Energy East. During the debates on Bill 278, the honourable member for Vancouver Quadra raised concerns that the lobbyist community might face an increased reporting burden, and that any amendments must respect the principles of the Act, which seek to strike a balance between transparency and ensuring that the compliance burden imposed on lobbyists be reasonable and fair, end quote. Speaker, I believe, as do the vast majority of Canadians, as it seems, that preserving our democracy from foreign influence might just be worth increasing the reporting burden on lobbyists. Now, Speaker, I know my time is coming to an end, and I'll just wrap up by saying this. Bill C-278, the Foreign Lobbyist Transparency Act, would achieve financial clarity and improved accountability through the public reporting of payments made by foreigners to lobbyists. This is a nonpartisan bill that supports a healthy, transparent, and accountable democracy for Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and I look forward to it undergoing full scrutiny at committee, returning and passing in this House. Thank you.
The
honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
To rise in the House today to speak to Bill 278, an act and amend the Lobbying Act reporting obligation. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the Lobbying Act is to achieve a balance in maintaining the transparency of lobbying activities and ensuring free and open access to government. To that end, the Lobbying Act is based on 4 key principles. First, that free and open access to government is an important matter of public interest. Second, that lobbying public office holders is a legitimate activity. Troisièmement.
Third, it is public office holders and the public at large should be able to know who is practicing lobbying activities. And fourth, the lobbyist register should not be pre-open to the government. Madam Speaker, I'd like to benefit from this occasion to underscore the principles of this act. The Lobbying Act means that anyone who lobbies a public office holder should be in the register.
Under the Act to report and lobbying activities, including communications with designated public office holders on a monthly basis. This information is published on the Internet on the public registry maintained by the Commissioner of Lobbying. Mr. Speaker, the Lobbying Act identifies 2 types of lobbyists. A consultant lobbyist is an individual who, for payment, communicates with public office holders on behalf of any person or organization. La loi sur le...
The Lobbyist Act defines activities for which someone is paid and are considered lobbying. In general, it includes communication with public office holders on the amendment of legislation, federal programs, financial advantages such as subsidies, contributions, and in some cases, the obtainment of a government contract. Moreover, with regard to consultant lobbyists, if you organize a meeting between a public office holder and another person, it is a breach.
Provide additional interpretation on what must be reported. In-house and consultant lobbyists must report all oral and arranged communications with designated public office holders relating to financial benefits, even when initiated by public officer holder. Likewise, consultant lobbyists must report oral and arranged communications with designated public office holders relating to a contract regardless of who initiated the communication. Au fin des lois sur le lobbying.
Based on this legislation, communications include oral communications and arranged communications. Example of oral communication with a public office holder is organized meetings, conference calls, verbal and formal communications. Letters and emails are examples of written communication for public office holders. Members of the public can also send letters, emails. Websites are examples of local communication.
The Act, grassroots communication means appealing to the public directly or through mass media to persuade them to communicate directly with the public office holder to influence their opinion. Some type of communication do not require registration. These include, for example, inquiries to obtain publicity, available information, and general inquiries about the term and condition of a program and application processes. Registration is also not required for participation in government-initiated activities such as consultation, hearing, roundtable, or like-minded activity where transparency is comparable to that of a parliamentary committee with proceeding and decision rarely made public. The same goes for the preparation and presentation of briefings to parliamentary committees. Mrs. Speaker, the bill before us today would require organizations and corporations that lobby the government to report on funds received from foreign, national, non-resident corporation and non-resident organization. This bill would also expand the types of activities that lobbyists must report as grassroots communication. The proposed bill would expand the definition of grassroots communication to require lobbyists to also disclose if they are encouraging the public or organization to undertake activities that could indirectly influence public office holders. Mrs. Speaker, when we consider the bill against the principle of the Act, which have sought to strike a balance between transparency and ensuring that the compliance burden imposed on lobbyists is reasonable and fair, important concerns become apparent. For example, lobbyists can face steep penalties for violating the Lobbying Act. Filing a false return can result into a $200,000 fine or 2 years in jail. As such, it is crucial that the reporting obligation under the Act remain clear so that the lobbyists are able to comply with the legislation. We believe the proposed bill does the exact opposite. In addition, the bill's amendment would increase the compliance burden on lobbyists and the enforcement burden on the Office of the Commissioner of Lobbying.
The limited impact of the bill in terms of transparency must be weighed against these potential costs. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the Lobbying Act allows Canadians to know who is communicating with public office holders and whose interests they represent. I believe that in this particular case, the negative impacts of the amendments are stronger than the advantages it would bring, and that's why I would advise voting against this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to bring us home here today on the debate on Bill 278 and the important public policy discussion started by our colleague from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. I find it quite interesting to hear the NDP and the Liberals in this debate. The Liberal speaker who just preceded me suggested, well, everything is fine in terms of lobbyist registries and the regulations and everything don't need to be updated. This coming after literally 2 months of scandal related to intensive lobbying efforts by SNC-Lavalin to actually change the course of justice in Canada that has led us to the largest political scandal in Canadian history. In fact, the OECD is having a group look at the SNC-Lavalin affair, an international body that has never investigated Canada before for rule of law concerns. And that all stems from lobbying that commenced 4 months into the current government that led to the insertion of the remediation agreements provisions into the Budget Implementation Act, an omnibus bill, Madam Speaker. That lobbying was all above board and correct. But to dismiss concerns about needing to make sure our lobbying registries are the most current and the most effective in the world is a false argument at a time where we've been consumed by a scandal that at its center was the government advancing the interests of a private corporation. But I also have to say, my friend from Timmins, James Bay, who when he stood up had a piece of paper in his hand that looked like the bill, clearly had not read the bill, and he went on a rant about a lot of his old nuggets from the Harper government days and started talking about grassroots efforts, Madam Speaker. And we know that money that may come from foreign sources or from unions or others are not truly grassroots efforts, Madam Speaker. And at the very minimum, we should expect full transparency disclosure of any monies that are going in to influence public discourse, public debate, and the review of legislation in Canada. Why do I say that, Madam Speaker, and why is Bill C-278 critical at this time in our history? Let me quote the Minister of Foreign Affairs today at the G7 in Europe. She said this, quote, "Interference is very likely, and we think there have probably already been efforts by malign foreign actors to disrupt our democracy," end quote. That is the Liberal minister speaking today at the G7 about foreign influence in elections and democracies, Madam Speaker. That is why my colleague brought Bill C-278. So the last Liberal speaker should get on the phone to her minister to either correct her or perhaps to say to her House Leader, we need to support what the Conservatives are doing to make sure that we're preventing interference. Madam Speaker, Bill C-278 does 2 discrete and very easy to understand things, Madam Speaker. It requires lobbyists to disclose the source of their funding, and it also requires lobbyists to disclose the intention of those foreign funds and of those lobbying efforts to influence proceedings in Canada, be they regulatory proceedings on pipeline review, Madam Speaker, be they legislative proceedings on the legalization of cannabis, which last I checked, most Liberal operatives seem to be working in that industry these days, Madam Speaker. All that will do will bring disclosure. What is wrong with a little sunshine, Madam Speaker? In fact, we have this new chamber that allows a bit of diffuse light in here.
that diffuse, that opaque transparency is what we get from this Prime Minister, Madam Speaker. And why I find that the height of hypocrisy is because as a private member, the member for Papineau, who was not really known for doing much in this place before he became Prime Minister, and I respect the role he has, but his one private member's bill from the last session, and maybe my Liberal friends who were elected in 2015 don't know, was a bill called C613. I always thought it was ironic it was the Ottawa area code because it was meant to update access to information laws, Madam Speaker. He has talked about having transparency by default, Madam Speaker, in opposition. As Prime Minister, he's done the opposite. In fact, he hasn't lived up to one shred of the intention of his Bill 613. In fact, the last Information Commissioner chastised this Prime Minister for his conduct with respect to access to information. We've just today debated code words being used within this government to delay disclosure in the Norman affair. We've heard ATIs asked for by La Presse won't be available from this government on the SNC matter until after the election, Madam Speaker. There's been zero transparency from this Liberal government, this Prime Minister, and the small group of people around him. Let me say why this sunshine is needed and why particularly I'm concerned that we seem to be fine with not tracking foreign money in our country, Madam Speaker. I'd invite members, including Liberal and NDP, to watch Wendy Mesley's interview with Vivian Krause and Fair Questions. Because in the U.S. there is disclosure of tax records, of foundation reports to the IRS, of unions' disclosure for money spent on the legislative process, she's able to analyze U.S. documentation to track spending of money in Canada. In fact, it should very much concern Canadians, including in my province, where in the Great Recession, when the auto industry was on edge, the resource industry in Western Canada led to more jobs than auto in Ontario, Madam Speaker. People in Durham, in my community, should be concerned that the Rockefeller Foundation, the Tides Foundation, and the Hewitt Trust were part of a corporate ethics campaign to, in their words, and I'm quoting, landlock Canadian oil, end quote, Madam Speaker. In fact, they were putting and siphoning money into Canada, into activist groups, into activities to actually stop regulatory proceedings with respect to resource development and getting those products to market, Madam Speaker. Thereby, last year alone, meaning our national interest had $15 billion less in the world price for oil because of a deflated price that has hurt Alberta immensely, Madam Speaker. And that is less tax revenue that we can spend on things at the provincial and federal level that matter to Canadians. I think people should know if some of those projects are being delayed, canceled, or even influenced by foreign money coming in. So what is wrong with a little disclosure, Madam Speaker, particularly from a Prime Minister who said transparency should be the default setting in government, Madam Speaker? But today we hear from the Liberals, well, the regulatory process is in order, this bill's not needed. Yet in Europe, the minister is saying there's likely interference going on now with respect to our parliamentary democracy and our election this fall. 278 is intended to address that. Let's at least get it to committee so we can talk about this. Because I'll tell you, go on social media, go on Twitter, that probably keep most of us up at night because of the terrible environment. I think the last clerk of the Privy Council called it a vomitorium, Madam Speaker. The influence of paid operatives on Twitter may have influenced other elections before ours. Should we not know if some of those foreign influences are paying organizations on the ground here in Canada to impact Canadians and our decisions on our resources, on our projects, on our infrastructure, on whether Indigenous Canadians will be able to benefit from resources on traditional lands, Madam Speaker? It's impacting our Indigenous peoples. It's impacting our democracy. So Bill 278 is a modest proposal. I know the grassroots members of the NDP will survive without foreign money. They should support this bill. If the Liberal members listen to their own minister today talking to G7 leaders about interference by foreign actors in political elections, the Liberals should also support this bill, and that's why I want to thank the member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke for bringing it to Parliament.
Resuming debate, reprise le débat. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a great honor on behalf of the people of the riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, who work hard, play by the rules, and pay their taxes to conclude the debate on C-278. C-278, which would amend the Lobbying Act, would require lobbyists to disclose whether they're funded by a foreign national, a non-resident corporation, or a non-resident organization, and whether they use or expect to use grassroots communication to seek to persuade organizations or members of the public to take measures to obstruct, delay, or otherwise negatively affect any process that requires the Government of Canada. To consult with the public before embarking on a specific course of action in an attempt to place pressure on a public office holder to endorse a particular option. And it's ironic that on this day, Parliament's debating allegations of political interference against the Prime Minister in relation to the trial of Vice Admiral Mark Norman. C-278 seeks to strengthen our democratic institutions from foreign influence. The controversial figure in those corruption allegations is Scott Bryson, whose resignation from the Liberal cabinet is the excuse to use to somehow justify how this fake feminist Prime Minister mistreats principled female members of Parliament. I mentioned the controversial ex-cabinet minister in the context of Bill C-76, which he sponsored in this House. Bill C-76 is a regressive piece of legislation that very controversially removes the Commissioner of Canada Elections from the independent office of public prosecutions. The independence of that office has proven its worth in the SNC-Lavalin corruption scandal. What C-76 also does is implement a section on foreign influence and the threat that influence poses against the democratic process in Canada. Most controversially, what government legislation Bill C-76 does not do is address the same threat between elections. C-278 will fill that legislative oversight. C-278 requires transparency from foreign funding sources. Canadians have a right to know who is trying to influence their opinion. C-76 brings in a new provision that would prohibit distribution of material intended to mislead the public as to its source. Now, while C-76 claims to be closing the loophole that's allowed foreign entities to spend money in Canadian elections, the government is allowing the biggest loophole to remain open by not identifying who the same foreign entities they will now prohibit are and what they're spending to influence Canadians between elections. I quote Andrew Coyne of the National Post, which I believe is worth repeating, quote, "But let's examine those much-hyped measures to protect and defend Canadian democracy. For example, we're told the bill will prohibit foreign entities from spending any money to influence elections. Wonderful, you say. How much were they allowed to spend till now? $500. But then the real scandal, to borrow from Michael Kinsley's phrase, is not what is illegal, direct foreign spending on Canadian elections, but what is legal. Foreign money by the millions funneled through Canadian intermediaries, which pass it on to domestic advocacy groups to spend. For the upcoming federal election, the government has stated that it's running on the carbon tax and the man-made global warming. This government owes it to Canadians to provide information to Canadians about the environment in an unbiased way. That means free from foreign money. In Canada's most recent reports to the United Nations Framework on Climate Change, Environment and Climate Change Canada listed over 300 existing federal programs and other measures designed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Natural Resources Canada website recently listed an additional 280 more programs and measures implemented by provincial and territorial governments. That's a large sum of taxpayers' dollars that's being spent and has caused the Canadian deficit to skyrocket. The announced goal of Canadian climate policy is to reduce national emissions by 30% from 2010 levels by 2030, and then to go on reducing them to perhaps 50% from 2010 levels by 2050. That would mean a massive and costly transformation of the Canadian economy, the sharp reduction in transportation use and resource industry activity, with devastating consequences for consumers in provinces like Alberta, Saskatchewan, Newfoundland, and Labrador. Emissions reductions of that magnitude will not be achieved at low or moderate carbon tax levels. The taxes would need to be high enough to shut down entire industries. Let's have an honest discussion about this policy, free from foreign money looking to cash in on Canadian climate programs. In closing, I thank all members who participated in this debate, and I look forward to a more detailed examination of C-278 in committee.
The question is as follows. Ms. Gallant, seconded by Ms. Kuzi, moved that Bill C-278, an act to amend the Lobbying Act, reporting obligations, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. No! My opinions, the yeas have it.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, April 10th, 2019, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
It being 2:02, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Have a great weekend.